We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
Good morning, colleagues. Can we call our meeting to order, please?
Recording in progress.
I hope you had a good night's rest and fit to go for the final leg of our meetings, series of meetings for the experts. As agreed yesterday, we'll give Deputy ES Antonio Pedro some more minutes. I could see he had more to say yesterday, so we'll give him some 10 to 15 minutes and then we go straight to our program. Thank you. Antonio.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, honorable delegates. Once again, very thankful to the chair for having provided me with this additional 15 minutes. And I thought I should really invest on this extra 15 minutes that were graciously provided to me to try and reflect a little bit on some of the very important issues that our member states and you in particular, Chair, raised in the course of our 2 days of meeting. Very, very constructive feedback. And I think one of the major messages that you conveyed is that we really need to move from very little small interventions here and there to catalyze real transformation across the continent. On that basis and building on some of the internal reflections that the United Nations system had a couple of months ago, I thought I should share this particular schematic diagram with you that really tries and capture what would require for us to break new ground. In other words, we need business unusual for us to be able to achieve all of the aspirations that are captured in Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. So this is the ecosystem for transformational change and leadership on the continent, one that is underpinned on a greater scale, ambition, and connecting the dots so that everything that we do leads to another. So sometimes in many of our countries, that has been one of our major failures, is that, for example, when we have the visions and the strategies, we don't have the relevant policies, laws, and regulations to support the implementation of the visions. And when we have the two, sometimes you don't have the institutions. And when we have those three, sometimes you don't have the capacity. So that's the importance of really trying to connect the dots to make sure that we are much more resolute, directional on the things that we do. And our meeting, this is a conference of ministers of finance, planning and economic development. Sometimes we focus it more on the ministers of finance, and we do not spend enough time into discussing what is it that we can do better to ensure that our plans are more consequential and that economic development indeed it becomes the outcome. So for example, and again, going back to the question that the Honorable Delegate of Rwanda had raised yesterday, I mean, I had made reference yesterday to some of the analytics, the toolkits that we need to do, though that database that is important for us to know how to invest, where to invest. And in this particular schematic diagram, for example, we've identified the need for us to spend more time together into understanding what we call the pathways or the foresight analysis in these days. So what is it that we'll need to do consistently to arrive at the destination that we want? And then we also need to understand what is it that our countries represent in terms of investment opportunities. So the profiling of those investment opportunities is critical for us to target better, for us to get the highest possible returns from every dollar that we spend. So things like growth diagnostic studies become important. And if I go back to my initial point about where we have visions, sometimes you don't have the capacity, the skills gaps assessment becomes important. And here there is a reference to a very, very important tool that, for example, the ILO has, which is a skills for economic diversification gaps assessment. And we have other institutions like UNCTAD that has the productive capacity gaps assessment, which now looks at the entire productive system in a country and tries to understand whether we have what it takes to, for example, become a superpower in X, Y, or Z area of comparative advantage. So this is a very important part of the conversation. So, and we had identified some of the things that are parts of the roundtables, the macro and so on. And just to go back to a similar situation that we faced when there was a global economic meltdown in, was it 2008 or so? We met in Abuja to discuss what would be Africa's response. And this is to address a question about what is the role of central governors of central banks. So we had a caucus meeting of African governors of central banks. And the conversation was indeed whether you could go beyond your mandates. Expansionary monetary policy was one of the things that was a part of the options at that time for us to be able to secure the fiscal spaces. I know in our case, we cannot print money as others do, but that indeed calls for what you have mentioned earlier, the chair, about the need for the fiscal and monetary policy to be in sync. So I think those are the kinds of conversations that we need to do more together with a view to achieving that change. So in Kigali, when we're discussing the 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 and the successor plan, one of the things that we also referred to is the need for us to go from ecosystems to ecosystems. And this is really about breaking some of the silos that impede that the interministerial coordination. That's why I made reference to the fact that this is a meeting of Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, so that we have greater and we make impacts, we make the most for every dollar invested. The conversation about whether we should put more money into gender and poverty, yes, but the entry points to achieving that are multiple. So understanding what are the connecting, or how to connect the dots between infrastructure, the development, and our goals to achieve gender parity needs to be part of that overall system-wide coherence. I'll recall that when the Maputo Declaration was agreed, where member states were asked to spend at least 10% of their budget into agriculture, then the question became, where are we going to get those 10% when we have all sorts of pressing needs to attend to? But if you look at what fails the agriculture systems, you'll see that your investments on infrastructure, building the roads, are contributing towards those 10%. So that principle of system-wide coherence becomes important. So I thought with this introduction, I would have addressed some of the issues that were raised earlier. Within the UN, for example, we've moved from looking at the SDGs as on one basis, so the 17, but instead looking at the interlinkage between all of the SDGs. hence the reference these days to the 6 SDG transitions that are again part of our conversation today. So in other words, it's really about creating that ecosystem. It's about creating, connecting the dots. It's really about understanding how we move from A to B through all sorts of analytics and support systems. And we are all in this together, and we look forward to ensure indeed that we generate those kinds of processes and that we achieve in that with that collective effort the aspirations of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. So maximizing the core benefits become important for every dollar. How can we achieve that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DS. Are there any interventions, responses to this very important presentation and response from the key staff at the ECA who direct the activities, etc., who guide everything? So if there are any burning questions, burning issues, we can do that in the next 5 minutes before we go into the main agenda for today. Any contributions from the floor? So, Antonio, I think you have answered everyone, and everyone is happy. I've also requested the Secretariat to share with you the diagram which was put on the screen. It's really very interesting. I was just going through it. A pathway to an ecosystem for transformational change and strengthening of Africa's agency. I think it picks on quite relevant and critical issues as we move forward. So thank you very much, Des. Now, I think we can go back to our program. And as we discussed yesterday, we are starting with the presentation by the Director of Strategy, African Union Development Agency, Mohamed Abdisalam, on financing. Okay. He's being represented by Dr. Gideon Namako and Mamdi, Mr. Mamdi. I hope I got it right. So they'll be looking at on financing the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 and the second priority action plan of the programs for infrastructure development in Africa. These are two infrastructures critical. Connectivity, as we have been discussing, is critical. So Gideon and Mamdi, please, can we have your presentations? Can they come up to the podium, please? Okay. Looks like they are not here. Maybe we can move to the already existing agenda for this morning, which we had on the statutory issues, and then we can bring them on board once they're in the plenary hall. On the statutory issues this morning, we are going to have a report on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. This will be introduced by Stephen Karinge. And then we'll have a report after him on the progress made in Africa in the implementation of the priority areas of the DOA Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries, which will be introduced by Adam. So if it could also come up to the podium so that we can move as quickly as possible in between the two presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here to introduce what I consider to be a very important report, just like the many other reports that we have gone through since the first day. So this report, which I really encourage you to read, is, because I know you have read it, but you need to refresh, is document number E/ECA/COE/42/18. And it's a report on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries. So let's go to the first slide. Now, so the Vienna Program of Action is coming to a close in 2024. And what that means, we had an opportunity and still have an opportunity to reflect on what we achieved in the last 10 years. One of the good things is that we are meeting in one of those countries, that is Zimbabwe, which is among the LLDCs. And so you can appreciate the significance of this movement. So what is the key thing that I would want to say as a start? Just to refresh your mind, the LLDCs, they are considered as a group of countries within the global community with special needs. And so the Vienna Program of Action had 6 pillars in which we were supposed to work on in the last 10 years. And these pillars are covered in the report that you have in the portal, but these pillars are transit policy, infrastructure development, trade and trade facilitation, regional integration and cooperation, structural economic transformation, and the means of implementation. So as you reflect on this report this morning, you need to keep those in mind, because those are the 6 pillars that are supposed to help the LLDCs address the issues, the special issues that they face. Now, so what has happened in the last 10 years? If you look at each of the LLDC within the continent, actually there is good progress you can actually be able to see. But we know we want to talk about the best progress. And unfortunately, of the 16 landlocked developing countries in the continent, 13 of them are also categorized as least developed countries. Now, in the last 10 years, none of them graduated from being an LDC to a non-LDC. Yes, there has been progress in terms of per capita incomes. People are more educated and they are healthier, but that has not been enough through the investments under the VPOA for these countries to graduate in from being least developed countries. And what does that mean? It means that the gross national incomes, and you'll hear more of this in the second presentation from Adam, the gross national incomes of these LLDCs is still not sufficient for them to graduate. The Human Assets Index, which looks at education, the health of the population of these LLDCs, it is still probably there is still much that needs to be done, and they are still vulnerable in terms of the economics. So there were challenges that we can identify that probably explained why the efforts did not yield the reports that we expected. So the first one is the decade has had actually quite a number of shocks, which we continue to talk about globally, the pandemic, including the issues that have arisen because of the various conflicts that are going across the world. At least we know of two major ones. Also, within our region, we know there was a time about 2 years ago when we had a lot of terror activities, which of course made it very difficult for some of the LLDCs to be able to optimize on the efforts that they were having. And we've given us an example there, whereby within the Sahel region, 2 years ago, there was a lot of terror activity, which of course has been brought under control. And also, despite all the improvements that we have seen in health in Africa, considering that a lot of countries are doing very well since the pandemic to address the challenges that were exposed by the pandemic, we still have a good number of the LLDCs having the lowest life expectancies at birth, highest infant and maternal mortality. And that's why I would want you to read the reports, because we have more details on these statistics. And now I'm going to move a bit more quickly. Next slide. So coming to the overall socioeconomic development of the African LLDCs, you will notice in the first set of the panel, the first part of the panel, that actually before COVID, the COVID pandemic, the African LLDCs were actually, that's the blue one, they were actually lagging behind the non-African LLDCs and also Africa in general. But something interesting happened after the pandemic. We see the LLDCs actually performing better than the way they were performing in terms of, in comparison to the other non-African non-LLDCs, and including in Africa in general, which of course tells us that we know the LLDCs were really hit by the COVID pandemic like everyone else. The supply chains, short blockages meant a lot to them, but it looks like they have put in place some measures that are enabling them to do much better than they were doing before. Also, when it comes to the question of the macro outcomes, we see that the African LLDCs presented lower inflation than the African average. Although, of course, we had, for us to be able to come up with this figure, we also had to exclude some of the figures of where we had very high inflation. And there we point out the inflation in Zimbabwe, South Sudan, and Ethiopia, which were higher when you look at the average of 2014 to 2023. But essentially this, if you again remember the pillars that I talked about the socio-economic transformation, this is a key factor, a key contribution to the transformation process. And we see now we are going into a much better trajectory when we compare to the non-African LLDCs and also to Africa in general. The next slide. On the pillar of infrastructure development, what we can say is that, of course, we know about the financing gap, and we'll hear more about that from Auda Nepad, and hopefully they will tell us that the PIDA Priority Action Plan is paying special attention to the landlocked developing countries. So hopefully they will tell us about that. But when it comes to the connectivity in the area of roads, the density of paved roads in African LLDCs is lower compared to nearly half the average of all LLDCs, those in Asia and those in Europe. Our LLDCs road density is lower. When it comes to the rail network, 5 of our LLDCs do not have any network connectivity. When it comes to the energy, that is connectivity to energy, even though Africa has done quite well in terms of increasing access to energy from 2014 to 2021, we do still have about 7 landlocked developing countries of our 16 landlocked developing countries, where less than 20% of the population had access to electricity in 2021. And when it comes to internet connectivity, and incidentally, if you read the report, you will see that countries like Zimbabwe, Botswana, Rwanda, Uganda, they are doing very well in terms of the Global Innovation Index, which of course has to do also with the way they're utilizing the technology and internet access. But even having said that, on average, most LLDCs have fewer users of this technology compared to the rest of the continent and to the non-African LLDCs. So next slide, that's on the infrastructure. Now, so the first pillar of the LLDCs for the Vienna Program of Action was actually on transit policy. It also happened to have been the main issue during the Almaty Program of Action, which was succeeded by the Vienna Program of Action. So this basically tells you that the competitiveness, it shows you what the competitiveness of the trade of the LLDCs is like. And what you see here is that exports from African LLDCs has, in terms of the global share, continues to be very low. So we were expected to see more of this over the last 10 years. So you can see it has been around 0.2%. When it comes to imports, which of course imports are good if you're using them as intermediate inputs, it also means that they have remained relatively the same. So in fact, the trade balance of African LLDCs has remained negative over the period of the program. And in the report, we argue that this is because of the continued dependence on the export of low value added commodities and also the importation of high value manufactured goods. And the story is basically the same when it comes to the global to services, the share of the LLDCs, African LLDCs in the services trade, both in terms of the exports and the imports. And you can compare those bars with the exports and the imports of the non-African LLDCs. So we thought it was useful for us to be able to show, relative to the non-African LLDCs, what is happening to our LLDCs. Next slide. Now, the other pillar here, which is to do with regional integration and cooperation and structural economic transformation, I think one of the indices that can allow us to see whether that transformation is happening is the diversification index, because the diversification index, it looks at whether you have a concentrated economy or whether you have a diversified economy. And so what we see here is that the share of agriculture, or rather the structure of the economies of the African LLDCs have remained the same. If you see from 2014 up to 2022, where we plotted this data, we see really the blue, which is agriculture. What color is that? Orange from here, which is industry, and the gray, which is the services. We see that the share of services continues to be the largest. And if you dig a little bit deeper on those services, you will see they are not necessarily the high-end services. it's still low value services. And that probably explains why also the gross national incomes per capita have not grown as much as they should have grown. And when you come to the export diversity, we see that actually overall the export diversity decreased among the African LLDCs between 2014 and 2022. So the blue is the one for Africa, and then the orange is on the right-hand side is the one for the LLDCs. And usually the lower the bar, the better. So you have those higher orange bars means that the LLDCs are doing much poorer compared to the average of the continent, both in terms of in terms of the export product diversification. Next slide. And I'm almost done, Chair. So coming to the conclusion. So there is a new program of LLDCs that is currently being constructed under the agencies of the United Nations. I think you have actually already gone through the draft text, which is happening in New York. As your secretariat, last year, was it last year or the year before, we organized a review meeting in Botswana, whereby we looked at this kind of performance that I have presented here, and we were able to come up with some recommendations, which I think were captured in your meeting last year. And we have sent those recommendations through the Office of the High Representative for Landlocked Developing Countries. So our ask at this point is that as we go to Kigali in July, two things: please review the report carefully, share it with the African PR representatives in New York, hopefully follow through the negotiations so that at least we ensure that some of the things that emerge here, and one of the weaknesses, in fact, is the fact that means of implementation we did not mobilize enough resources or sufficient resources, at least be able to ensure that the next successor program deals with that. But for us, as your secretariat, we promise that we are going to continue supporting the work of the LLDCs. We even had a special session where we looked at what does the AFCFTA mean for the LLDCs. So when we are doing the strategies for LLDCs, individual LLDCs, we are paying particular attention on how those strategies can advance, can address the special needs of the of the country as an LLDC. We've been supporting, including the implementation of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. We do a survey every 2 years so that we're able to identify what more needs to be done. We will continue to collaborate with other institutions so that we ensure that the means of implementation that would support the investments for transport, for energy, for ICT, digital transformation continue to happen. And like you have heard from the presentation by Antonio, the DES Antonio this morning, that last part where we will do analytics, we will continue to do analytics that really makes it possible for the structural economic transformation, for us to know what needs to happen in terms of policy and actions so that the structural economic transformation can happen. So that's what we promise. If you agree with them to ask us to continue doing this, and I want to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I think this is the core of what we have been discussing, and I'm happy you are looking at some of the things and issues. Adam, if we can have you on the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The story I'm going to tell is very much similar to what Stephen has told. I'm going to show how these developed countries in Africa are doing in terms of the Doha program of action. The two programs, the Vienna program of action and the Doha program of action, are different in terms of focus, but the countries are mostly the same. I think we have 15 landlocked LDCs, and we have 33 LDCs. All the landlocked LDCs are also LDCs. Next slide, please. So this program was created in 1971 to support countries in special needs and respond to structural vulnerability. And it is voluntary. No country will be classified as LDC if they are not agreeable. The eligibility for inclusion in this category is to meet 3 criteria. 1, gross national income per capita of $1,088 or less. 2, human asset index of 60 or less. An economic vulnerability index of 36 or more. So for countries to be eligible as LDCs, they have to meet, for graduation from LDCs, they have to meet 2 of 3 criteria: gross national income per capita of 1,306, income only, but they can graduate with income only if their income level is 3 times the income level for inclusion in the category of LDCs. Then human asset index 66 or more, and economic vulnerability index of 32 or less. The Doha program of action focuses on 6 areas: people, investing in people; then technology; 3, structural transformation; 4, international trade; 5, climate; and then finally partnerships. Next slide, please. As I said, today we have out of the 45 LDCs globally, 33 of them are African, 8 from Asia, 1 from Caribbean, and 3 from the Pacific. We have the names there of the African countries that are classified as LDCs. So 3 African countries have graduated from LDC status since 1971. These are Cape Verde, Botswana, and Equatorial Guinea. And 2 more countries have been recommended for graduation: Sao Tome and Principe and Angola. And in the 2021 review, 4 other African countries met the graduation standards. These were Comoros, Senegal, and Comoros, Senegal, and 2 more countries in the report. Next slide, please. Now, how are African LDCs performing in the 6 priority areas of the Doha program of action? Again, like Stephen presented, the performance has been low generally. If you go to the first area, investing in people, high levels of undernourishment and severe food insecurity is a characteristics of African LDCs, and there is a setback in out of school primary school age children. We are comparing data between 2017 and 2021. But there is good progress in gender equality, especially when it comes to primary school. But when it comes to tertiary education, the gender inequality remains high. And there is decreasing infant and maternal mortality at 47% for maternal mortality per 1,000 live births. There is a decline, but this is still very high. Low level of literacy in Africa, 75.7% of youth literacy rate, which is far below the global rate of 91.8%. Again, limited access to safe water, drinking water, but there is a modest improvement in governance indicators. The index of transparency, accountability, and corruption in the public sector increased slightly, very slightly. This is a very slight increase. Next slide, please. The next area is to leverage the power of science, technology, and innovation to combat multidimensional vulnerability and to achieve the SDGs. Again, the performance here has been generally low. There is mixed progress in key science, technology, and innovation related indicators. And there is limited access to internet, as Stephen mentioned. Only about 30% of Africans had access to internet in 2022. Maybe it could be 40 or 50% today, but it's still very low compared to world average. And low capacity for value addition in manufacturing, despite high opportunities. We have been speaking about this several times. Next slide, please. The third area is supporting structural transformation as a driver of prosperity. Again, we talked about this for Africa as a whole, and least developed countries in Africa are doing around the average or below the average, with high export concentration of about 30%. This indicates high dependency on one or two commodity markets. Low employment in industry, still 12.4% of employment in industry, compared to the global rate of average of 23%. But there is a slight rise in value addition industry. And this is something good, to build on. Limited access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. But one good thing is that 69% of annual final energy consumption in Africa, African LDCs, came from renewable sources. This is a very good indication and support to the arguments we have been putting across since the beginning of this meeting for green growth and green industrialization in Africa. Energy is a major input, of course, and contributor to this green economic development. Next. The fourth area, enhancing international trade. Again, the story is the same. Exports of goods and services in least developed countries in Africa have been in the decline over the last 6 years. And there is concentration of exports. And the largest of least developed countries' share of global export is again concentrated in primary commodities as far as LDCs are, African LDCs are concerned. Very high level of concentration compared to even to other LDCs. Next, please. The fifth area is mobilization of international solidarity. Sixth area, sorry, mobilization of international solidarity. And we can see a low tax to GDP ratio in African LDCs of about 16.5% in 2021. This is very close to Africa average, actually above Africa's average, but still very low compared to global average. And there is a decline in ODA, and there is a decline in foreign direct investments over time, coupled with rising debt vulnerabilities in Africa LDCs. So next slide, please. Now, in conclusion, as a way forward, the story of the LDCs is very much, as I said, similar to the story of Africa as a whole. And there is a need to align national development plans with the Doha program of action. And there is also a need to ensure that we have adequate and consistent financing. Again, we have been talking about this financing, domestic level, and at the international level, and innovative financing from different sources, including climate finance. And there is a need to strengthen statistical systems by, among other things, complementing traditional data sources with administrative and big data, which ECA has been working on to support several African countries. And there is a need to prioritize least developed countries in the rechanneling of SDRs and the reform of the global financial architecture. Well, we have also been saying if African countries are to promote just and sustainable development in general, they need to develop bankable projects to attract investment, including green investment. So investors need information. The more information you provide, the more we can attract investors to different areas. And there is a need to support the technology bank for the least developed countries in its efforts to enhance the scientific, technological, and innovative capabilities of African countries, and to implement reforms to accelerate AFCFTA. We have been talking a lot about this. Finally, there is a need for special focus on social safety nets to cushion vulnerable people from the impact of socioeconomic shocks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for the two presentations. I was listening very carefully to these two very interesting presentations. And what I liked about them is the issue of they've got evidence of what they're saying. And numbers, statistics don't lie. And for me, these two reports are really, really disappointing. And it paints a grim picture of where we came from and what we wanted to do and what has happened in the past decade. So it looks like we still have a long way to go and we need serious introspection. All the indicators, both from the first presentation and the second presentation, really are tough to swallow. But I think as Africans, we own our destination. And I think it's high time we take charge of this destination and see how strategically we can achieve what we commit to achieve. Let me, with those few comments, let me ask Mr. Aniket Gai from the Office of the High Representative for the LDCs who has requested to speak after the two presentations. Mr. Guy, please. Is he in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I take the floor on behalf of the UN Office of the High Representative for the LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. At the outset, I would like to thank the government of Zimbabwe for its warm hospitality and the UN Economic Commission for Africa for the excellent organization of the meeting. I also thank UNECA for the documentation and detailed presentations. I would like to make a few brief points on the LDCs followed by the LLDCs. I start with the implementation of the Doha Program of Action, which offers a blueprint for the LDCs to recover from the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises, such as rising food and fuel prices and climate change impacts, and to get back on track on achieving the 2030 agenda. And we saw in the presentation a very detailed account of the situation. So while the situation indeed remains dire, I would like to make a few points on some of the good news as well. So 2 years into the program of action, we are starting to see some steps forward. According to preliminary data, progress has been made by several African LDCs in the process of graduation from the LDC category. At its triannual meeting, which will take place in New York next week, the UN Committee for Development Policy will review the performance of all LDCs. And we expect, based on preliminary data, that 2 additional African LDCs could become eligible for graduation, while 3 additional African LDCs could be meeting graduation thresholds for the first time. So this would be a significant step forward if it takes place, particularly as this would make these latter countries eligible for recommendation for graduation in 2027. However, at the same time, the pandemic has likely set back the overall performance of at least 2 other African LDCs who had previously been making progress in the graduation process. Furthermore, the pandemic and other crises have had a devastating impact on food security and hunger for the LDCs as a group overall. And therefore, we underscore the importance of the DPOA's emphasis on building resilience to safeguard progress on sustainable development, especially in the African LDCs who remain highly vulnerable to economic, health, and climate shocks. I turn now to a short update on the preparatory process for the 3rd UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, which our office is organizing. I would like to thank UNECA for its support with the African Regional Review meeting held in Gaborone, Botswana last year as an input to the preparatory process. The conference will take place in
Tanzania. And then Equatorial Guinea. Okay, let's start. Rwanda, let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you also to the presenters for a brilliant presentation. My comments are more or less general to both presentations. I was wondering, as I was looking at the numbers of export diversification in different landlocked country, we do not like much this word in Rwanda. We call it more, how can we become more land linked instead of landlocked? But the comment I had was more on the, do we know how much of those export receipts are repatriated? We can look at the numbers, export is growing, diversified, but how much of it is actually coming back to the country? Another issue, again, I did not really see how we are addressing the issue of current account deficit. How do we tackle the issue of reducing the import bill? And some of the things as we try to achieve the issue of investing into infrastructure, how do we promote local content in our countries when we implement these big infrastructure projects? So some of these questions, if we could try to see how they are connected to the issues that we are looking at, it could contribute to understanding really how much of the receipt are staying into the country, how much of the forex that we generate, we reduce the outflow of those forex. It would be interesting to know if these are some of the things that were also looked at into the assessment. Also, in terms of different sources of financing, when we look at the numbers, especially for Rwanda, I'm going to talk about Rwanda, the issue of remittances. Specifically for Rwanda, we've realized that remittances have grown more than FDIs in recent years. So it would also be interesting to see some of the things that could be done in that area to be able to really put in place different financial platform so that those remittances could actually be attracted in terms of the cost of transfers, in terms of how do we really track those remittances and how they are contributing to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Again, the issue of the repatriation of export proceeds is also linked to the issue of illicit financial flows, because through these exports, there's under-invoicing and all those issues. So I think it's a good point. Remittances, yes, even here in Zimbabwe, they've become a big source of financing. And I think also ECA could come in and see how we can leverage, as we mobilize resources, how we leverage these huge remittances, which are over billions for most countries. And really, as we look for green bonds, et cetera, one would expect that the diaspora can participate in these programs. But thank you so much. We have Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Chair. Tanzania may wish to take note of the report and commend Economic Commission for Africa for their timeless effort to support landlocked developed countries to ensure that no one is left behind towards the sustainable development goals. On this, the focus now should be on the post-Vienna program, on the successor program, and Tanzania is keen to support the drafting and also the implementation of the successor program that will build on the lesson learned during the implementation of the Vienna program, but also to look at the synergies with the Doha program of action. On the Doha program of action, Tanzania may wish to commend the following. In order to effectively implement the Doha program and its recommendation, there is a critical need for member states to conduct regular country-led and country-driven reviews, but also member states have taken initiatives in mainstreaming the Doha program, SDGs, and Agenda 2063 into their national plans. However, the issue of incoherent reporting remains the challenge. In this regard, we are proposing holistic approach in ensuring that all member states are equipped with necessary capacities to use the integrated planning and reporting toolkit, the IPRT, to strengthen the capacity to design and implement robust development plans that effectively promote the achievement of the Doha Program of Action and accelerate graduation from the least country status. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. You talk of capacity to use these various tools. We've talked about capacities at institutional level as well. I think it's something we have to look at. IDEP, I hope, can play a part a role in those issues. Equatorial Guinea, please.
Oui, thank you very much, Chair. We would like to make a comment on the Vienna Program of Action. We have listened to the presentation on Vienna Protocol of Plan of Action, and Guinea Equatorial is producing petrol and gas, but it's a developing country. But we are still facing the same problems, similarly with those countries who have not graduated in the health sector. Yes, you can discover petrol in your country and start exploit it, but to train medical doctors, it takes time, and to create a health system which can serve all population takes time as well. So, regarding infrastructures, it's true that we have benefited from these resources to build some infrastructures, but we still continue facing challenges like other countries. For instance, when it comes to trade, we do not have a diversified economy, and to trade, we still face problems because we only export petrol from our country. When it comes to regional integration, we are a CEMAC country, and to sell our products and buy products from other CEMAC countries, be it products produced in Gabon, Congo, Central Africa, or Chad, if we do not have the integrating infrastructures in the region, then it is still a problem. Yes, we have graduated from the LDCs, but we still are continuing having the same problems with the ones that have not graduated yet.
Thank you very much, Equatorial Guinea. I think you're confirming what I was saying earlier on these issues. What does graduation mean? And really, that's the evidence we have, I think, as we go forward to say graduation, what does it mean? Thank you so much, Guinea. Mali, you have the floor.
Okay. Merci.
Thank you very much, Chair. At the outset, I would like to express our gratitude to the people of Zimbabwe, and would like to thank you for the warm welcome that my delegation benefited from since our arrival. It's the first time that we're taking the floor, and I would like to make contributions regarding the VPOA. Just want to say that it's a report that takes stock of the reality. But now, beyond the progress status, we need to address the real challenges that LLDCs are facing. Currently in Africa, we talk about regional integration, for instance. We talk about solidarity. We talk about bringing together our experiences and the best practices as well. But I believe beyond all these aspects, countries, landlocked countries face a lot of problems. Issues related to the non-implementation of the signed agreements. And those countries who do not have access to the seas, for instance, face serious problems in these regards, even if the maritime laws give us some rights, but we are facing several problems when it comes to transit aspect, mainly transit of goods. But we need to recognize as well that LLDCs, mainly importers, exporters, and transporters from these countries face serious problems in terms of cumbersome administrative procedures, but also with the lack of respect of the various agreements that are already signed. Thus, we need to go beyond the report and provide strong recommendations so that the new program is able to provide solutions for these landlocked countries to benefit from a series of provisions in those agreements. But Africa should also open to African countries. We cannot talk about integration and solidarity if we still continue to suffer from various constraints, barriers related to procedures. I recognize the efforts deployed so far, but beyond these intentions and efforts, we need to take strong actions at the African continent level so that we are able to effectively benefit from the advantages that we have in the African continent. I submit.
Thank you, Marley. I think the issue you are raising, moving beyond the reports, I think this is what we have been discussing with colleagues up here, that we now, the new program, whatever the restructured program, should and must provide practical solution to all these identified problems or challenges or the outcomes of these two reports, which was very clear. Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. I would like to commend the content of the report on the implementation of the VPOA pertaining to LLDCs. Burkina Faso is one of the LLDCs. We can see from the report that if the 16 developing countries, those 16 LLDCs are still among the least developed countries, and this tells us that the expected results by the implementation of the Vienna Plan of Action have not been achieved. This means that there are a lot to do yet to achieve those objectives in these 16 countries. I would also like to say a few words on pertaining or related to the previous speaker, mainly on the free movement of people and goods. What is ECA doing to support countries in ensuring free movement of people and goods, specifically in our sub-regions, because some of the provisions are not respected? The report does not also highlight the contribution of ECA in the implementation of the VPOA. I was expecting specific points that highlight its involvement, ECA's involvement in the implementation process. When we come to the recommendations, which I find indeed very much relevant, some of the recommendations should be reformulated to facilitate their evaluation at the end. I have an amendment on paragraph 19, where Burkina Faso does not figure of countries having a dry port. So we have a dry port in Bobo Dioulasso, so this information should be captured under paragraph 19 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I like your statement on the specific actions from ECA and also the issue of the recommendations, which must be also be specific. And I think they need tightening and strengthening so that we can see the contribution of ECA to all these issues which have come out very, very clearly. South Sudan.
Thank you very much, Chair. South Sudan appreciates the government of Zimbabwe for hosting this magnificent event and for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to the delegates. We also thank the ECA and team of experts for the wonderful organization and these presentations. We associate ourselves with the presentations and comments provided since the beginning of this important conference. Chair, we have listened very well to the two presentations. And first, we appreciate the elaborate explanations and examples given by the presenters. But like you, we also felt that the progress, especially for the two program of actions, the one for Doha and the Vienna, that the progress has been very slow. And in this case, all of us, especially our partners and the countries, we need to think of a new paradigm going forward. And in this case, I would just like to raise a general question to the presenters. Having listened to you, I did not see what we really need to do going forward, because for the Vienna Convention, for the Vienna Program of Action, which is coming to an end in 2024, I would like to see a new paradigm shift, which says, if we look forward, if we look backward, we have not performed well. But if we look forward, we need to have a new paradigm shift so that the LDCs could perform better than the way we have done for the last few years. So this is one broad question that I would just like to raise, because when I look at the recommendation, I do not see anything new that has changed or that need to be changed. And so for us, that should be the focus. The second point, which is also connected to the performance of the LDC, of the 6 pillars that have been mentioned by the past presenters, one of them is trade and regional integration. And I would just like to provide an example that we felt. For example, when we left Juba 2 days ago, we had to spend a day in one of African countries before we arrived to Victoria Falls. This is something to say about our transportation ability and our connectivity. So maybe we need to look back and see what is it that we need to do to enhance regional and internal connectivity, such that someone flying out from Juba do not have to spend a day on the way before they arrive to Victoria Falls. My second and the last point is also related to what IMF calls great funding squeeze. And this is what it relates to the point that Rwanda mentioned earlier. And that is different sources of funding over the last few years because of COVID, because of regional conflicts, have made it difficult for countries even to finance essential development projects. I can just provide an example of our country, South Sudan, that for the last few years, we have to depend on our own internal resources, which is the oil, to fund road construction. We have a program called Oil for Road program. Of course, I can say we have achieved so much with that, but that also means taking resources away from other services to focus on road, which should have been a long-term finances. So this, it's also raised question about what are we doing as the continent and for development partners, including the ECA, the EU, to ensure that the issue of diversifying sources for financing is really taken to the next level. Because as we leave this decade behind, we would like to see a different decade. With this year, let me just say that South Sudan agrees with all the comments that have been mentioned since yesterday and this morning, and we very much submit and thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, colleagues, up here, the issue of the recommendations, I think they need to be, look at the recommendations and see how we can improve them to make them more impactful and so that they address the issues which have been identified in the two presentations. Malawi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, my comment was also like Mali, my neighbor here, Sudan, and all of those that have requested for recommendations to be robust and in terms of practicality, very clear. But over and above that, my second kind of comment I wanted to make is that there was a little bit of comparison in terms of land-linked nations in Africa and in other regions. I don't know whether there has been quite a good analysis in terms of what are those others regions doing to accommodate in the spirit of not leaving anybody behind in terms of maybe regional regulatory frameworks to support those land-linked nations. What is it that they are doing better than us, or what is it that we're not doing? So I think these kind of analyses or research, I think we should be able to learn what others are doing. So thank you, Chair, for the presentations.
Thank you, Malawi. DRC, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. And I appreciate your wisdom on how and you are steering our deliberations. We have followed attentively the report presented by one of the presenters on the Vienna Plan of Action. In my opinion, Chair, Africa has 15 landlocked countries that in average spend the double of their export revenues compared to developing countries and 3 times than developed countries. In trying to address the specific needs of these landlocked countries, the United Nations have launched the Almaty Plan of Action, Almaty Plan of Action to ensure cooperation in transportation and transit aspects between landlocked countries and those transit countries. Mr. Chair, these objectives consist in securing the access to the coasts or access to the sea for that landlocked country, whichever the transport modality. It has the objective as well to reduce the cost and improve the services, reduce the various fees related to importation, and limit or decrease the journey, secure appropriate, adequate national infrastructure, reduce the various damages and deterioration during the journey, and also encourage export and improve security of road transportation. Mr. Chair, to achieve these objectives, the programs should rather concentrate on 5 priority areas. First, transit policy and regulatory frameworks. Second, the development of infrastructures. Third, simplification or facilitation of trade and transport. And finally, aid for development and its implementation. If we implement these aforementioned pillars, we would be able to reduce the burden that landlocked countries are facing. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Dans le pays saint littoral d'Afrique subsaharienne, je dis et je vous remercie.
Thank you, DRC. I think the issue of connectivity, again, focusing on regional infrastructure, I think we wanted someone from PIDA to come in and respond. I hope we have someone from PIDA or from NEPAD, sorry, to come in and talk a bit about these projects, because I think we have identified the regional corridors which are to facilitate what we are talking about in terms of connectivity and linkages to the ports, et cetera, et cetera. So for me, I think also ECA, the big role in these corridors, what is happening to these identified investments in both rail and road corridors for Africa. Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I would also like to thank the presenter for the quality of his presentation. There's one point I'd like to come back to, and this is a point that goes a little bit beyond what was presented on the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs. In the presentation, stress was put on African countries which presently are graduating from the LLDCs. I think Senegal is one of those countries. And as you yourself said, next week, there will be a third assessment. And if this evaluation confirms, on the basis of the preliminary data provided, this transition, then Senegal, contrary to Equatorial Guinea, will be meeting all the criteria. We meet the GDP per capita and the human assets index criteria, but we haven't quite met the EVI indicators. And once we've gone through 3 reviews, the first was in 2018, the second 2022, and the third will take place next week in 2024. So once all 3 have been done, we will conclude that the data has proved robust enough. In conclusion, what I would like to say is that Senegal remains committed to building on the results that we've already attained in the Senegal Rising Plan, which is a plan that we have been implementing for the past 10 years. But given the state of vulnerability in Senegal, we shall be requesting officially to the United Nations system that it is 5 years. The horizon we request will be for 5 years more, so that we can emerge and transition out in a smooth and non-disruptive way. I think the first country that did succeed in this was Bangladesh. Unfortunately, COVID came and imposed serious shocks, led to major difficulties there. We would like a 5-year phase, so it would be 2029, as opposed to what the United Nations representative said. This is because we want a smooth, seamless transition. We hope that in collaboration with all the United Nations system, and particularly UNCTAD, which I believe was given the mandate to support us, we have been able to produce a roadmap which will address particularly the issue of vulnerability, because this is a major issue for countries' security. And in Senegal, we think this is an issue that is very closely related to emerging, to our development status, and we will therefore need more support. This is what I wanted to say as a solemn declaration, and thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. We wish you all the best in your classification or graduation. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you all. I want to also thank the presenters on the elaborate presentations. My comment is targeted towards the implementation program for Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Countries, and specifically on the trade and trade facilitation pillar, which is closely linked to the regional integration and cooperation. The cause of concern here is with regards to the vulnerability of landlocked countries with respect to transit fraud, which Zimbabwe has been subjected to. And we've also noticed that despite the ICT systems that have been deployed, they are still vulnerable to the human elements. So I think since this program is being rolled over, we are welcome to its further work or activities, because we think this is an area of focus, especially for our country. And then the other issue which I need to highlight is with regards to the infrastructure, which is subjected to, I would say, because of the volume of traffic that moves through the north and south corridor, you see that our resources are stretched, be it infrastructure or human resources. So I think we also need help with respect to that element. The other issue that I also need to highlight is with regards to the diversification index. With relation to the concentration of the economic activities, particularly in services. Because what we notice is that there is a scramble for resources and business. We are being approached by the developed world or the first world in terms of selling their programs to us. But what we notice that in the process of them selling their projects or programs to us, we are also being asked to give up our taxing rights. And this we also need to be capacitated in terms of the assessments vis-a-vis to see what are the pros and cons, the benefits of giving up those taxing rights to be benefiting from these programs. I also need to mention the emerging trend that we have noticed with respect to export of services that is now happening in our countries. And then the new element of offshore financial services centers that are being developed. And we notice that the developed world is noticing that there is cheap labor in our local communities or in our countries, and they would need to exploit that labor. So this is areas of capacity that we may need to have assistance as we roll over to the next round of the program for the landlocked countries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when you mentioned the issue of the GDP figures vis-a-vis the reflection on the lives of the common person in our different countries, we were consulting amongst ourselves as a delegation, Central Bank, Foreign Affairs, and Ministry of Finance. And actually, we discovered that if we link that to the graduation, it would be important for us to reflect on the implication of graduation, especially in regard to the flexibility that we currently enjoy as the LDCs within the WTO, such as the duty-free quota-free market access, the agreement on agriculture, the agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures, and the WTO agreement on trade-related intellectual property rights and on the access to concessional financing. We actually looked at an example in Uganda that because of those flexibilities that they give to us as LDCs, we are able to develop our industries. Amongst them is the industry that manufactures generic medicines in Uganda. And the production goes, we produce like the ARVs, TB medicine, and malaria medicines, which we are able to support other member states within the continent and sometimes even beyond. But our fear is when we graduate, we may lose those flexibility, and even the small gains that we've made may eventually be lost. So our thinking is the UNECA should speak more on the post-graduation adjustment phase within the with the view of providing some solution or even advice that what happens upon graduation, the LDCs may roll back the gains that they have made through the benefits accrued through the flexibility. And finally, Chair, allow me to take this opportunity because when we gather as member states under this big conference, we should never forget to speak about things like sanctions. We are asking the LDCs to work hard to graduate, but they have been crippled by unilateral sanctions that they place them under. And sometimes we put that under the carpets, we don't talk about. But those are the areas that we must speak about and also make some proposals in our recommendations upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. I like your assessment and analysis of the implications of or the consequences of graduation. Yes, interesting observation there. Yes, the issue of sanctions. Zimbabwe is affected by sanctions. And we hope also we will take this opportunity to talk about sanctions and include these in the statement, in the report to our ministers, because really sanctions are crippling. Some might claim it's targeted, etc. But if you look at the global perspectives of sanctions, you have no access to correspondent banking and all the perceptions, negative perceptions from investors, etc. So I think this is a critical issue also for development. Thank you very much for that point. Ghana.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all commend the government for the hospitable nature of this meeting. I also like to commend the ECA for putting this meeting together, and also thank the presenters for the excellent presentations. Mr. Chair, let me first of all agree with you on your comments about granular data or granular details about the LDC graduation. Having said that, I'd like to ask how the ECA is helping with the preparation of risk reports on countries that graduate from LDCs. Secondly, I also like to know whether there are reports on sustainability analysis on these same countries to ensure that the gains achieved are not eroded within a period of 5 years or so, because the indicators may show that a country qualifies and has graduated. However, in real terms, what are the real benefits on the economic grounds? So, Mr. Chair, these are a few pointers I like to put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ghana. Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to seize this opportunity to wish everybody a good morning. There are 2 points I wish to speak to. The first pertains to graduation or classification or categorization or whatever it is described as. Now, Comoros, as it turns out, is eligible when it comes to graduating from the LDCs. When we look at the lower threshold under which we are, and we are moving on to the one above. But as is the case for Senegal, we made a statement to the United Nations requesting that our assessment be postponed. In other words, our request was that it should take place not in 2025, but in 2029. Now, this is a problem right there. The issue is we need to come out of this category of LDCs, but we wonder what are the pros and cons. Were we to postpone exit, then it would not necessarily mean we are benefiting. There are not just advantages, there must also be disadvantages. Otherwise, Senegal would and we ourselves would have hurried up to be reclassified. I'm somewhat concerned by this issue, this criterion of vulnerability. To our mind, it is extremely important. And in fact, whether we be developed or not developed, we are all concerned. Vulnerability remains the most critical criterion, the most decisive factor, one which concerns nearly all countries, be they advanced, be they least developed, be they more developed. Vulnerability is a global criterion, indeed, perhaps a universal one. My second point, well, in fact, I shall conclude on this point. As far as Comoros is concerned, we have found that vulnerability influences eligibility to a very large extent and affects our graduation status. And so the question we ask is, how can we ensure that how can Comoros ensure that we can comfortably and seriously advance to a more developed status for our countries? Because the funds we receive do not necessarily have a positive impact when it comes to economic transformation or when it comes to engendering productive investments. So to our mind, the question is still on the table. And as Rwanda has proposed, we need perhaps to find some kind of platform for where these funds actually go, but also we need to find a mode of exchanging best practices so that we all benefit when it comes to these transfer of funds. Yes, it's a good thing that there be funds. It's a good thing for everybody, but everybody needs to benefit in the most efficient and efficacious way possible. One other point which I wished to speak to, and here I shall not dwell too long on this point, but it is in relation to countries without access to the sea. I would have preferred, rather than talking about being landlocked, we should talk about being linked. And I believe this is a much better reflection of our economic and trade status. Those countries such as ours that have coasts, we have issues of connectivity, air transport. This issue of air connectivity is one that everybody faces. It took us almost all of us who came here by air had to spend, most of us had to spend a night, overnight at Addis Ababa. And in fact, there were some delegations that spent 3 days getting here. Last time I went to Cabo Verde, it took me 3 good nights before I reached Cabo Verde. And this is a problem, a real problem we all face. We need to talk about it. We cannot talk about regional integration when we have not been able to address this issue of facilitating communications more effectively. I therefore posit that connectivity is not just a maritime issue, it is an air issue because it affects the movement of persons, goods and persons. And if there's no free movement of persons, there will be no regional integration. And we will find that the regional value chains, international value chains are not forged as they should be. I have finished. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for being with us and for your contributions. Again, all these issues of connectivity are coming out, issues, consequences of graduation, the timing, etc., the continued vulnerabilities post-graduation, etc. These are really genuine issues in terms of the way forward. Are there any further comments? Maybe now I can ask our colleagues to respond. Can we be concise in our response so that we break for coffee and tea at 11 o'clock?
Chair, thank you, first of all, and thank you, honorable delegates, for your contribution. In fact, I was really wondering where to start. And you can understand why, because a lot of issues, a lot of questions were asked. And hopefully by answering a few of them, I might be able to cover as much. So, Chair, let me begin by your concern about graduation. And I'm going to take it in a different way because the issue that was raised by Her Excellency Ambassador of Uganda, and hope that Adam will deal with the other issues to do with the graduation. So you ask, what does graduation mean for poverty? And we know that that criteria that Adam showed, the one on the gross national income or the one that relates to the GDP, assumes that there is that growth. So we know we know that our ability to address the question of poverty is if we are able to address issues that lead to inequality and vulnerability of our populations. So hopefully by implementing the pillars of the Vienna Program of Action and the successor program, we could address the question of inequality and vulnerability so that even as our incomes grow to the level where they lead us to meet the criteria for graduation, then we also address the question of poverty. Now, the question that Ambassador raised, and which it was interesting. First of all, let me congratulate Comoros for acceding to the WTO. As you know, Comoros was accepted to the community of WTO, I think the last 24, 48 hours. It's something to celebrate because the accession process can also be very, very difficult. But at the same time as the minister was speaking and asking the question, which relates to what Ambassador Rebecca was asking, I was actually smiling to myself and saying, okay, so Comoros has joined the WTO. It's also graduating from the LDCs. It is concerned about the loss of the flexibilities that LDC status provide. But then when you go to the WTO and you listen to our LDCs, you know, the coordinator of the LDCs in WTO, and who happens to be the ambassador of Djibouti, what she will tell you is that the members of the WTO really don't even want to have this conversation about the flexibility post-graduation. And of course, you can guess why, because they think that all LDCs are not equal. Yet you do not have a category of LDCs in the WTO. And a member of the Uganda delegation can actually tell us more about this because he spent a lot of time in Geneva. And so the graduation question becomes very complex, and I don't know what, and I think it's a legitimate question, because if LDCs have been able to build manufacturing capacity or health security, not just for themselves, but also for Africa because of utilizing the flexibilities under the TRIPS agreement, of course, the graduation then not only exposes them if they lose that flexibility, but also our one market, of our one pharmaceutical market that we are creating under the AFCFTA. So I agree, we need to probably pronounce ourselves and maybe agree with the request for a longer period of post-graduation so that at least you do not have a graduated LDC backsliding back into this. But again, I want to come back to what I said yesterday. We need to look at these things in a connected way. Whatever is happening in the WTO, whatever is going to happen in Kigali, whatever is going to happen next week from the CDP, the Committee of Development Program Policies, all those are interconnected. Now, coming to the question raised, and I hope I've covered the issue of graduation from the trade and regional integration perspective. Coming to Rwanda, I think for me, the key issue here, when you ask how do we tackle the issue of current account deficit, and also the question of the different sources of financing, I did not talk a lot in my presentation about the means of implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. But within the means of implementation that we have covered in the report, we have looked at the performance of the LLDCs when it comes to FDI flows. We have looked at the performance of the LLDCs when it comes to remittances. And so, yeah, so I guess what you are saying, what I could say is that both the FDI and the remittances, and if you can also address the repatriation question that you raised, maybe we'll be able to deal with the question of the current account deficit that seems to show in the trade statistics that I gave. And on the question of the local content, I think the the AFCFTA agreement, the rules of origin of the AFCFTA agreement, they give us leeway not only to be able to broaden our local content within our own within our own country, but also to optimize on what we call the accumulation. Because now if you get an intermediate input or an input from within the AFCFTA, it means that you're also broadening the local. So you can actually have a local content that is 100% African by utilizing the rules of origin, including in the infrastructure investments. But this also brings me to an interesting question that Zimbabwe delegation has raised about the question of labor. So how do we talk about labor export and remittances in a relationship that seems that you want one, but you don't want the other? And what I was going to argue here is that maybe we need to, our concern is exploitation of cheap labor, but then we have international frameworks that allow bilateral labor agreements. So if we want to optimize on our remittances, then maybe as governments, we need to be more involved in terms of the labor exports, to have frameworks that ensure that we optimize on the high end of the labor, of the global labor supply. And in so doing, not only be able to have higher flows of remittances, but also be able to protect our people. I hear you carefully, Equatorial Guinea, about the integrating infrastructure, which was also related in some way to what Mali was saying. I think Mali is raising a very critical question, and I think we need to have an honest conversation here. So when we had the meeting in Botswana last year, I was not in that meeting, but the ECA team was there. So when they came back, one of them told me that, so under the Vienna Program of Action, so we have this pillar on transit. But when it comes to international law, the transit country still hold the cards when it comes to the issues of the procedures. I don't know whether I'm the right person to raise that question, but what I hear Mali saying is that there is non-adherence to the agreements and their cumbersome procedures. And these cumbersome procedures mean that there is something happening in the transit countries that needs to be addressed. And I think the successor program, this legal question, probably needs to be addressed, because I understand from the lawyers is that you have the sovereigns, but these sovereigns, even though they are part of these broader programs to support the LLDCs, they still can do things that make it more difficult or more expensive for the LLDC. And again, on the question of what a LAD linked versus LAD locked, I think it's you to change it. I think I've had this many times. We have the Kigali 3 happening, LLDC 3 happening. Maybe this would be the time to change the nomenclature, because as your secretariat, we are reporting to you on the basis of a resolution from the General Assembly that talked to us about the name LAD locked. Okay. Now, there was a question from Burkina Faso of what ECA is doing. So let me say, and maybe my brother, Robert, if chair you want, you can give him an opportunity. ECA is working hard on corridors development. We've been working, we worked very closely with the Central Corridor in its early days. Today, the Central Corridor is one of the fastest evolving development corridor that is going to ensure that the countries in the eastern part of the continent and also in the central part of the continent are linked to the port of Dar es Salaam and the ports there. We are also working very closely with South Sudan and Ethiopia and Kenya in the development of the LAPSET corridor. So ECA, besides what I've reported here, we work with you on the development corridors, including in the area of dry ports. Ethiopia will tell you that the first study on the dry ports that they have today is work that was done by the Secretariat, and we helped them in the feasibility study for the same. On the very specific question from South Sudan, what do we really do? And me, the answer I can give here is that investing in our people, first and foremost, is the first thing that we need to do, because the human asset index under the LDCs, the means of implementation under the LDCs, they boil down to the capacity of our people. So for me, I think that's what I would say as something that we should do. Now, on the movement, the question of us moving across the continent, I think I just want to challenge us again about the open sky policy, the single African air transport market, which requires us, or at least which expects us, to give each other freedom when it comes to the movement of goods and to the provision of services. It really does not make good economics when it is not possible to minimize the cost of transport using aviation. So I think the AfCFTA puts transport as one of the services sector that needs to be front-loaded in the liberalization of services. At the same time, the single African air transport market is already there for us to be able to implement the services protocol almost tomorrow. So if you ask me, you have the facility, you have the instrument, you have the agreement. So I think, again, Chair, the recommendation, at least from the Secretariat, is, let's take the pledge, let's take let's be bold and implement this agreement, including single African air transport markets. I hope I've been able to touch on most of these things. I'll conclude by saying that the question from the DRC, you focused on the Almaty Program of Action, which was 2004 to 2014. And exactly your recommendations on that is what informed the Vienna Program of Action. And the conclusion is that we've made progress, but probably we need to do more. Let me leave it to Adam and maybe to DES Hanan and to Robert for the questions that I've not tackled so that I don't take much more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. You have covered a number of questions and areas very quickly. On the question of export diversification, repatriation of export receipts, and import bills. Again, this takes us back to an issue which we have been talking about for a long time, since we in ECA really started to challenge conventional ideas about industrialization. And we adopted industrialization as a key strategy for Africa's transformation and development. Even going beyond what our sister organization, UNIDO, has been advocating for, we thought UNIDO's approach was largely sectoral, but we need to have a whole of government and a holistic approach to industrialization in Africa. So the issues of local contents, value additions should be a must. And we have the flexibility, especially for LDCs and LLDCs. We have the flexibility really to enforce local contents policies, to stop exporting our raw materials as they are and to process them to add value. This is a must. On the repatriation of export receipts, in a number of African countries, we have realized that repatriation has been limited because of issues of corruption, governance and corruption. In some countries, you can go and set up an export company, export goods, for $50 million, $100 million, $10 million, and then the company disappears and nobody can trace this company. Export receipts go outside. This is one very clear aspect of corruption, but a more common channel through which export receipts do not come back to Africa, as you know, are export, trade misinvoicing and so on and so forth, as we have been talking about illicit financial flows. And these again are governance issues that needs attention from governments. So in a nutshell, we need flexible industrial policies that enforce local content strategies. Let us stop once and for all exporting our raw materials. The question of Tanzania actually mentioned the potential for using integrated planning and reporting framework of ECA to combine, to integrate the 6 areas of Doha Program of Action and National Development Plans. And we in ECA welcome any request from member states for support in this regard. The platform, the IPRT platform, also helps countries to integrate national development plans and priorities with financing frameworks. Again, Mr. Chair, the issue of graduation is a mixed bag. The ambassador of Uganda spoke very well about the cost and the cost of graduation and the problem of sustaining graduation. Actually, we noted in the report that Sao Tome and Principe met all 3 criteria in 2021. But by the end of 2023, due to floods, the situation in Sao Tome and Principe becomes so vulnerable that Sao Tome and Principe might not meet the vulnerability criteria this year. So the recommendations made by Senegal and others are really very valid, that we need a sustained, we need an extended period of at least 5 years to observe how countries can sustain graduation. And I think this is a valid point that should be presented to the Development Planning Committee. The issue of, again, the issue of trade pillars has been covered by my colleague Stephen, and with your permission, Mr. Chair, I would like to refer the question by Ghana on data and studies that ECA and support that ECA can provide to LDCs to my colleague Bartholomew Arma, who has been involved in studies on this on this issue for a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, let's have Hanan.
Thanks, Chair. I think many of the questions have already been addressed by my colleagues, Stephen and Adam. I'd like to just perhaps elaborate more in 2 issues. One is the implication of graduation, not just on trade, but on availability of financing and tools to support countries. So, for example, once countries graduate from low-income status, that has implication for access for concessional financing in IMF, in World Bank, in MDBs. So it basically means that their cost of financing goes up. And this is why we have talked earlier about the need, for example, to reform the formula of access for concessional financing to include issues like vulnerabilities, not just income level. But perhaps another issue that we need to also look into, one is the criteria on which this graduation is determined. We don't see, for example, share of the population that is below the poverty line. We don't see specific measures to capture that. So this could be something to consider moving forward on what type of modification for such decisions on graduation need to be addressed. But at a national level, at a policymaker level, we need to also look into what does it mean? The fact that we have on average an income level that has, surpassed from low income to middle income, but yet we have concentration of poverty in many of these countries. So we have currently 60% of the poor in Africa are in middle income countries, even though they have an average that is above the low income group. That means that it's not, it's an issue that can be tackled by policy tools, redistributive policy decisions in terms of progressive taxation, in terms of looking at instruments that can actually address it. So there is a portion of the issue that we need to own at a national and policy making level on what we can do. And there are certain issues that we will also need to look into. How do we reform these procedures? I think issues of the post-graduation time frame that would be built on, or ways to reform the formula, are all options that we should consider, but does not substitute for the need to look into economic policy tools at national level to address these issues of poverty and inequality. In Africa, the countries that have the highest problems of inequality are the ones that have the highest levels of income. There's something not right about it. It means that we, at the national level, we're not doing sufficient efforts to actually use these tools to get at the root causes. Then there was also another question regarding, why we have not seen progress in terms of the issues for landlocked countries within Africa. And I mean, I agree with what Stephen has mentioned, that basically there are issues that need to be taken. They have been elaborated. What we need to see is action from member states to advance these agendas, because they matter for their development. Some of the main constraints, for example, in moving up value chains in Africa is the high cost of intermediate goods and high cost of transport. And this, there are already frameworks that you can utilize and implement. I mean, there is need to make sure that the cost of transport gets lower within the continent, opening skies for competition, adopting and implementing the single air transport market within the continent. And there is also a need to look into the infrastructure, road infrastructure, regional infrastructure, but also in terms of utilizing technology to reduce time spent at borders for trade. There has been also countries that have done that successfully, reducing number of days that it takes to move trade between countries. So all this need to be tackled to get actually, to see improvement in all what we have been addressing. Another issue also is for many of the landlocked countries, I think utilizing the regional infrastructure for energy, it would make a lot more sense, especially for small countries, to make sure that we invest more in energy pools and energy integration, so that we can actually advance on these areas. So I hope that by next year, we will hear more from member states about what has been done, what has been adopted, and how we can help further in advancing it. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the responses. Now, I have a proposal in terms of the programming of the events on the schedule of events. We were going to break for coffee and come back for date, venue, and theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. I'd like to propose that we deliberate on this quickly because Hanan has to go to the airport to meet the ES. Hanan? Okay, colleagues, the proposal is we do it immediately after the coffee break, the issue of the venue and the date. So it's almost 20 past 11. Maybe if we can break for coffee and tea and come back at 11:45. Thank you.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
Treat this as a core country of the continent, because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change related. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade, as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted. We're on issues of taxation. We have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity and we need to make sure that it's utilized. Lisa. On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
Good afternoon. If everybody could just make their way into the plenary room, please. Si tous les délégués peuvent regagner la salle, on va commencer incessamment. We shall begin almost immediately. If everybody can take their seats and settle in so that we can proceed to the next agenda item. Okay, I see a lot of people coming in. So should I just make my announcement now? Okay, thank you, Chair. So ladies and gentlemen, as we are here and enjoying beautiful Victoria Falls, I would also like to draw your attention to two tents that we have here on the premises. And on the first day, I did announce, but maybe some of you have not gone yet, but I would strongly urge you to visit the local artisans tent. The women entrepreneurs are here, and you can buy beautiful things like this. I have one of each color, actually. So they're very beautiful. They also have material that you can choose, and they will cut and make on the spot anything you want, dress, shirt, long coat, you can choose, and they will make it in front of you. So please do, and there, of course, there are lots of other sculptures and so on. So please do make it a point to visit the artisan tent and support all the small entrepreneurs. Thank you for that. The second thing is we also, just across, there is the knowledge fair tent. So we also encourage you to go and visit. There's the one booth for the government of Zimbabwe and one booth, which is the ECA knowledge fair. And there's lots of publications and interesting knowledge products that are out there for you to peruse, and you can also have copies. So please do visit the knowledge fair and the artisan stand. Je vais juste dire ça en français.
To say it in French. We have two venues. The Knowledge Fair venue that you can visit. You have plenty of publications and knowledge products that you can take, and you can also leave your name so that we send you electronic copies. We also have the tent where we have all the local artisans and with their artifacts, small and medium producers, these beautiful products like this one. They also have some sculptures and very beautiful things to discover. So we encourage you to visit the local artisans tent. They came here especially for you, and we encourage you to go and visit them.
One more thing. Yesterday, somebody left a phone and a charger here in the room. There's a desk at the near the door. You can find if you have left your charger and your phone, it will be at the desk. And we also make an appeal that everybody make sure you don't leave anything when you go tonight. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the notices. As agreed before the coffee break, we are now going to discuss the agenda item on the date, venue, and theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. And Hanan is going to make the presentation. After a presentation, we then break out for lunch whilst the drafting team is putting together our report. So after we go for lunch, and then hopefully we can come back here at 4 to discuss and consider the report for adoption. And then we should be able to close the meeting, our meeting today, hopefully early, if there are no serious or any issues arising from the draft report. So I'll ask Hanan to make the presentation. Then we can have a conversation. If there are interventions, then we can break for lunch. Hanan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. For the next year conference of ministers for the 57th session, will present now the venue, date, and proposed themes. So in terms of the location, it's proposed that it to be held at our headquarters in Addis, and for the timing to be in March of 2025. You can go to the next slide, please. And in terms of the 3 proposed themes, I'll take you briefly through the proposed areas. One has to do with advancing the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. proposing transformative strategic actions. And we know that intra-regional trade within Africa stands at the lowest across regions at 13%. This compares to 55% in Asia, 70% in Europe. And we have been witnessing the disruptions to global supply chains that has happened due to global shocks. And what it has actually led to in terms of implications. So we have seen a shift from focus on supply chains being based on cost and efficiency to more a shift to things like nearshoring and friendshoring. And that actually offers a unique opportunity for the continent to leverage the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to break into supply chains that would not have been possible or available before. We have also seen good, some modest but good progress made in the implementation of the agreement, but challenges remain. And these challenges remain in terms of the regulatory reforms that are needed to advance implementation, in terms of the non-tariff barriers, in terms of the high cost of doing business, geopolitical impediments, and connectivity problems. So in this proposal, what we are suggesting is to consider the game changers for advancing the implementation. And here, let me focus on 3 areas that can provide that game changer perspective. One has to do with developing and advancing the cross-border payment systems. We have, currently for African countries to trade among each other, the trade is always continues to be done in foreign currency and not in local currencies of the 2 countries that are engaged in trade. So it's done in US dollars or euros. So meanwhile, we have actually frameworks that, whether regional ones or other entities, like for example, COMESA, there had been agreed a framework to advance this, but limited implementation have been done, and allowing that and having the systems that allow it can actually be very useful, particularly for the private sector to engage more in intra-regional trade, particularly when many of the countries in the continent are actually experiencing foreign exchange shortages. Another area that would be very important to advance is what we have been discussing in this morning session about reducing the high cost of transport, whether from regulatory aspects in terms of open sky or the single air market adaptation, implementation and adaptation, or investing in the road logistics. And the third area has to do with actually using the Continental Trade Agreement to advance developing continental carbon markets. And we have been talking about it in our earlier deliberations as well. The other option that is also proposed has to do with the digitalization and technology, utilizing digitalization and technology to advance economic transformation in Africa. We are currently at the cusp of the 4th industrial revolution with all what it implies, whether in terms of very rapid advances in artificial intelligence and use of robotics, in terms of Internet of Things, blockchain, quantum computing, and basically how African countries adapt to these innovations and technologies would have huge implications, because these advances basically are shaping currently various trends across various sectors, in industries as well as in services. And the way that the continent will adapt to this will really shape the development paradigm going forward. While all this is happening, at the continent, we have a number of challenges, including the issue of the having the least affordable access to internet and IT services globally on average, as well as having limited penetration. So we have almost 36% only of African population have access to broadband, for example. And we have also issues in terms of also the digital gap in terms of skills and education. So if we proceed with this proposal, the focus is going to be on how can we actually, what do we need to do to actually better utilize these trends, incorporated and remove barriers to advancing. That would include, of course, looking at what are the infrastructure investments that would be required, what are the regulatory frameworks that need to be adopted and revised, how can we improve the issue of access to digital services, and also how do we deal with the skill and education gap in that area. And this is particularly important, as we have talked earlier, with the having our most valuable asset being human capital. How can we leverage these advances to actually train them for the future? This can also encompass other things in terms of how do we utilize these advances across in terms of solutions, whether it's in agriculture and addressing issues there, or in terms of how can we use these digital solutions to improve domestic resource mobilization. So how can we adapt it across sectors and across solutions? And the third option that is on the slide, it may be different in terms of the numbering on the paper, but third option here is the issue of investing in food security and energy transformation. And basically how this can actually help us better achieve the SDGs. We have been talking about the issue of the huge energy gap in Africa, the fact that out of the 800 million that lack access to energy globally, 600 reside in Africa. And without addressing this energy gap, there are so many things that we cannot achieve. You cannot have industrialization without having access to energy. You will not having access to energy will limit your ability to address also food security, will limit your ability to access issues of gender, as we had discussed yesterday. So dealing with this will be really key to enable us to move forward. But also the issue of food insecurity is becoming more prominent with the impacts of climate change that the continent is facing. We are now seeing more exposure, for example, to droughts. We've seen the drought in the Horn of Africa. We've seen cyclones, hitting Malawi. We've seen a lot of extreme weather shocks that are affecting many countries in Africa and has significant implication on agriculture sector. So this issue of the nexus between food security, climate, and what can be done, whether in terms of solutions through regional integration, in terms of solutions for building regional value chains in agriculture, advancing in areas of agribusiness and agro-processing, that will be really important. And finding also ways to leverage the regional integration aspects, both in energy as well as in food, to advance the agenda on both, which will help us really address many of the other gaps in SDGs. So these are the 3 areas that we are proposing for your consideration. We'll be happy to give your comments, questions, and guidance on what we should be focusing on for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanan. Maybe our approach, I was going to suggest we can go item by item in terms of the proposed dates. That's in March. I don't think we can debate that much, except they'll notify us of the specific dates. So I think we can tick that box. And then on the venue, the proposed venue is Addis Ababa. Again, are there any? I'll invite some interventions from the floor in terms of the proposed venue for the 2025 meeting. Any contributions from the floor on this proposed venue? Of course, there are issues of countries who might want to offer, et cetera, et cetera. I think we'll take all that into account, guided by my colleagues up here. Any contributions we can recognize? No? Any takers? Going once, twice, 3 times. So we'll have it in Addis Ababa. Thank you. And then on the theme, colleagues, we have had quite diverse conversations on the issues we need to take into account, especially based on the 2 last reports we considered. But I also looked at the previous themes of the sessions of the Commission, and I see that in 2018, the African Continental Free Trade Area and Fiscal Space for Jobs and Economic Diversification was the theme in 2018. So I don't know if you want to again, it's an important issue, but it's up to you colleagues how you feel. So which might leave the other 2, food security and the digital economy, etc., and technology for transformation, those 2. So I open the floor for debate and discussion. Thank you. Any takers? South Sudan, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to intervene again on these topics. We just want to thank the submission and the expert for the elaboration that they have done on the 3 topics, and also agreed with everyone on the venue that has just been confirmed, which is Addis in 2025. Of the 3 themes, we agree with you that the one on trade and integration was discussed or covered in 2018, and in this contract, the one on food security and digital transformation should really be the one on the table. While two of these topics have surfaced in our discussion even this morning, South Sudan think that maybe we could focus on food security, because that also has other aspects that will then cover the technology. So the topic, which is investing in food security and energy transformation, pathway toward swift achievement of the SDGs in Africa, would be the right one to cover in 2018. Because of the crisis, global crisis, regional crisis, food security has become imperative. And if it is not resolved, it has also become an impediment to other objectives that we would like to achieve as a continent. So we think that food security could do it for us. And thank you.
Thank you, South Sudan. Let me recognize Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, this delegation would want to align themselves with Theme 1, although we understand that in the previous years it was discussed, but looking at the reports, Chair, you can see that development is at the heart of all the initiatives that we really need to achieve as Africa. So basically, when you look at the socio-economic development reports, it does state that we really need to focus on the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and also look at initiatives that will address issues of poverty, although some of those can be addressed in other themes, but one will want them to be all encompassed in the implementation of this free trade agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Libya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary. We believe all the three subjects are very important, and we really wish that we can do them all at once. But since it's not possible, we think that the food security is the most important thing. First, because of the address itself, the food security, plus it would include many subjects that would affect our continent, like the climate change, the water resources, the chain supplies. All these are very important for our continent, especially after the Ukrainian-Russian war that affected everything in this one. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Benin.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Chair, thank you very much. We appreciate how relevant the themes that have been proposed are. Let's, right from the outset, suggest that the theme about food security be retained. Yes, we really would like this theme because, as has already been said, in 2018, AFCFTA was an issue we discussed, and when we see that theme amongst the three themes proposed, maybe the time has come to look at where we're at, look at the measures that will help speed up AFCFTA implementation. But there's a report on that, and if we make it a priority, then perhaps that should not be the case. Now, when we speak to food security, we think it would be a good idea for us to discuss issues such as digital technology and link that to food security. For the future, yes, it's a good idea that we discuss the themes ourselves. And you said, you yourself said, we have to think about moving into action. Now, when we look at earlier themes, perhaps it would be a good idea to look at precise action. When we look at the various themes, what actions can be distilled from those themes? That's how I think it would be a good idea to bear that in mind for future themes. Let us look at the impact we are making for these discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Tanzania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Tanzania is for theme 2, though it's very hard to choose, as all the 3 themes are really of a very great importance. But we think that digital is the future. As we are moving forward, it's important that Africa strengthen the availability and use of digital technologies, which are strongly linked to economic growth, innovation, job creation, and inclusion, both at national but also regional and global levels. When we look at the digital process now, we talk about digital financing, which include digital taxation, digital for human development, that digital health, but also digital education, but also the linkage of different sectors when it comes to economic transformation. So Africa, we need to focus now as we develop infrastructure coverage, access and quality, but also affordability of mobile tech connectivity, but also there is a widest digital gender gaps when it comes to access of digital infrastructure. So we are of the notion that as we are heading towards the future, we shouldn't lag behind on digital aspect and digital space. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Well noted. Equatorial Guinea.
Oui, merci, Chairman. Je voulais me concentrer sur la zone de libre-échange continentale en parlant de l'intégration sous-régionale que j'avais déjà abordée auparavant. Je viens d'assister, Monsieur le Chairman, à une réunion à Malabo, une réunion de la CAC. La CAC est composée par 11 pays au niveau de l'Afrique centrale.
Excuse me, sorry, we don't seem to have a translation to English. It's just me or everyone? Yeah. Sorry, Guinea.
Sorry, sir, the technical issue. Kindly go ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Okay now? Yeah, it's okay. Let's plot.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Je disais que je viens d'assister à une réunion
I was saying
sur la CAC.
I was saying that in Malabo last week, I was at a meeting and we were looking at the CAC 2024 budget. And what we found was that we had difficulties promoting, the difficulties we had promoting sub-regional integration are infrastructural in nature. We are 11 countries in our community. How do we get goods out of Burundi, Rwanda, if we don't have roads? Of course, there are many projects, but the issue is a lack of feasibility studies. How do we don't have these studies so that we can mobilize funding for this sub-regional integration. Therefore, we think it's something we should bear in mind. Feasibility studies to prepare bankable projects in the sub-region. We want to have such projects in order to promote and speed up sub-regional integration. We have to build infrastructure that is lacking. Roads, electricity, dams, all these are necessary to put dynamism in our sub-region. Thank you.
Sorry, Equatorial Guinea, what's your preference for the theme?
The first subject, Chair. The AFCFTA.
Okay. Thanks. South Africa.
Yes, thanks, Chair. South Africa would like to support the proposal that was made on the first theme. Chairperson, I think if you look at the first theme, it encompasses a lot of sub-elements, and one of them is industrialization. And to be able to transform, you need energy, which can be an element of the theme. You also need to industrialize, and to industrialize, one of the sectors that were identified for industrialization includes agro-processing. So food security can be encompassed there. And we think if we look at the implementation of the AfCFTA, yes, there's been a lot of signing of the AfCFTA text, but I think the implementation in terms of the start of the trading under the agreement has been very slow. So we don't need to lose momentum as far as that process is concerned. So it's very important that we push as much as possible that more countries start to trade under the AfCFTA. And lastly, Chair, I think you may note that in just recent terms, there's been a new development by the EU, whether it's implementing what is called a cross-border adjustment mechanism. That could have a significant impact on African countries. And so it's important to start now to develop a collective voice by the African countries, and that could be advanced very strongly within the G20, because now the African Union is part of it has a seat at the G20. So it's one of the advocacy issues that can be taken up there. So having a AfCFTA as the theme, I think it's very, very critical at this stage, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. DRC.
Chair, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Chair, there's one thing I must say, I totally agree with all the themes that have been suggested. All these themes are critical for Africa's future radiant development. But DRC would like to suggest, let us have an overarching theme, a central issue that all of us, all countries present here would agree to. This would help move things forward. And one of the colloquia had as a theme how to promote industrial development in Africa. This was to give a new economic thrust forward. But I think we should have a more all-encompassing theme, which would take into consideration all the sub-themes like invest in food security, energy. A sub-theme would be such a sub-theme, such as also digitalization in Africa. That should also be a sub-theme. Then also a theme, an issue such as lack of digital numeracy, poor internet connectivity, to take up the challenges we have with respect to communications. That would be a sub-theme too. So our humble opinion is that an overarching central theme should focus on structural transformation and development of Africa. I'm saying the central theme, that should be the central theme. Now, other themes that have been mentioned here, yes, they are important for Africa, investing in food security, digital numeracy, transformation. All these should be sub-themes, several sub-themes with this overarching, all-encompassing central theme. My contribution, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Mali.
Merci.
I thank you, Chair. we appreciate the three themes, especially theme 1 and 2, because we think that today the issue of the digital aspect is something that is a challenge to our country. There are so many things that are happening in the area of digitalization, as well as in the area of financial management and other areas which are important for our country and the continent. Then the second thing is also essential, especially in the area of energy. Energy is strategic for our countries, and we need to have a dialogue framework so that we can know how to go about it in our respective countries in our continent and find solutions that we face today. So the three themes are very important themes in our continent today. Thank you.
Sorry, Namibia. Oh, okay. And then after Namibia, Congo Brazza.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everybody. We took the floor to support, in fact, to support all the speakers that spoke before us. Mr. Chair, in the sense that if you look at those two topics, they are interlinked. And if you look at them holistically, we only have one theme, which is the implementation of the CFTA agreement. And those other two are inclusive. In fact, they are actions that you need to take to implement the AFCFTA agreement. Because for you to implement the CFTA agreement, you need innovation, you need technology, and you need to increase your productivity, including agro processing. Therefore, we support implementation of the CFTA. I submit.
Thank you. Congo Brazza.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Many thanks, Chair. I thank the people that have presented the different themes, laying emphasis on the challenges and justifying the three themes which have been discussed. Now, concerning our country, I think that we can choose the third theme on food security. Why? Because it's Africa that produces food. And it should be a theme. It should be a theme that can be implemented for 4 years. So we need to work on food security and energy. That doesn't exclude that other actions can be undertaken. We have talked about of unlocking the way we work for pastures, synergy, and actions that are related. So we choose the third theme, that's investing in food security and energy processing. I thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you, Chair. We thank the presenters for the quality of the three themes presented. In our humble opinion, Chair, the area on AFCFTA, englobes all the three themes. Why? Because we talked about the AFCFTA earlier, but in 2018 we were still in the area of draft area. AFCFTA was later launched officially, and the implementation is underway. What we observe is that the implementation is quite slow. But if we can fast track the implementation of AFCFTA, we will achieve the objective of the food security. because we have countries that have comparative advantages which are sufficiently obvious, and they can help in food security of other countries that have been mentioned, as we have seen earlier. Now, the good implementation of AfCFTA enables us to see the level of digitalization. We're talking of e-trade or e-commerce, and in many African countries, e-commerce is the reality. But how do we fast track e-trade or e-commerce digitalization of economies so that we can transform the energy sector? I think AfCFTA is the greatest opportunity that we have before us so that we can arrive at the best transformation of our economies. And, we need to see how we can reach the implementation and look at the situation of the inventory of the implementation of AfCFTA so that we can fast track the implementation of the integrating projects of the African Union. This has to be brought into concrete terms. If we can accelerate its implementation, this AfCFTA, we can achieve the objectives of transformation as we wish. I thank you, Chair.
Any other contributions from the floor? Okay, Burundi, then Ghana.
Many thanks, Chair. I, in turn, would like to go along with the proposal of having a central theme, which is AfCFTA, but the third theme should be reworded so that we can bring in all the proposals around other themes. We can say, for instance, in the implementation of AfCFTA as the central pillar of transformation in Africa, so that we can talk about digital as the sub-theme, but also its impact with regard to the food security. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Interesting approach. Thank you. Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I must say that all the three subjects are very important. In terms of food security, it's high time Africa focuses on large-scale agriculture to promote growth. And in terms of digitization, I must say it's a necessary ingredient to promote social economic advancement. And digitization is very necessary to advance after. Ghana is doing a lot with digitization. We have improved in terms of online registration. We have the biometric card, access card. We are doing a lot in this field. We are taking advantage of digitization to promote private sector growth, etc. But I think that these two subjects fit very well into advancing in the implementation of AfCFTA. So this delegation supports advancing the implementation of AfCFTA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Then contribution from SADC, UN Women. No, just SADC and then UN Women, sorry. Sadak, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. And all the member states have captured very well, but all these are important three themes. But if we look at Africa as it is, you look at the agriculture as it is, the need to modernize, the need to ensure that everyone has sufficient food. I think the issue of food security and energy is very, very key. even though the other two are very important as well. But if you look at the needs hierarchy, I think the food security and energy is very clear, and then we can go up the others that are also essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is an observation and perhaps a question as well. The observation is that many of the challenges that were raised over these 2 days had to do with economic governance issues and policy coherence issue. And my question is, to what extent would those issues be considered as part of the themes that are being proposed? Will they be considered as a standalone aspect, or will they be woven into the conversation as those 3 substantive themes are discussed? That's number one. Number two is, to what extent will the outcome of the Summit of the Future that is upcoming in September in New York, to what extent will that, the outcome of that discussion also inform the theme? So I guess what I'm asking is whether there will be room to perhaps adapt or add to the thematic areas that are being proposed based on that, the Summit of the Future. I thank you.
Okay. That's the difficulty of democracy and everyone speaking and trying to get consensus. But we have to make a, oh, Uganda?
Your Excellency Chair, we had agreed that we don't make contributions because I think we align ourselves with most of the positions that are being advanced. However, we were trying to look at the issue of African Continental Free Trade Area and thinking that what brings it to life, the basic ingredient of the African Continental Free Trade Area is to have something to sell so that we create wealth amongst ourselves. If that is true, then what do we have as Africa? We are told that we have about 60% of the arable land. And then we are also told that most of our people depend on agriculture. And we have comparative advantage in the line of agriculture. So why don't we, and then this agriculture is only possible if we have energy. Because I would recall one of the speeches of my president at the UN to say, unless there is a scientific findings that Africans do not need energy, then he can go with the proposal that limit us to access energy. And therefore, Your Excellency Chair, would we accept to go with the food security and energy so that we give effect and life to the African Continental Free Trade Area? And in the process, we'll also move to digital trade and others that are necessary. We would have encompassed all that we need, but within the African Continental Free Trade Area. This was our theme of the year as AU, but at the summit, we agreed that it should be ongoing. We cannot stop because this is what we are looking up to as Africa to lift us out of the situation we are and move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Hanan, I think you as your chair, can you please try and bring us together and make a proposal? Maybe also, I don't know, I wasn't counting the preferred indications from those who have spoken. I don't know if you have a tally. Do you have a tally? Okay, but we're not voting.
I'm not voting myself.
Let's not turn this into a voting issue. Let's let's see how we can converge and come
Yeah,
to consensus.
yeah.
So I'll let Hanan respond. Then if there are still challenges, you might give the chairman the prerogative of choosing the topic of between the three. If there's no consensus, then the chairman is his privilege to choose. We'll see about that, but I'm sure Hanan can get us together.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think thanks a lot for all the interventions and the insights. I think I tried to keep a tally of, you know, the various delegations and the preferences and, you know, what I had for digital kind of two that put it forward for the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, 7 interventions, and for the food and energy security, 6 interventions. So just based on the numbers, I mean, it's a very close between the two, between the AFCFTA and the food and energy, but there is more in terms of interventions that talked about the AFCFTA. I mean, one of the things that we can do is to look to incorporate when we're talking about the AFCFTA, how can the regional integration address the issue of food insecurity that we have? Because currently, even though, like, you know, we have this huge potential of arable land, we have, like, you know, sometimes even not only availability of food and in some cases even overproduction in areas while we have droughts and others, but yet we're not connected, and the regulations are that, you know, allowed to actually have more integration in that sector have not evolved. We have like different standards. If you were an African farmer, imagine that you have to deal with 53 different standards to export within the continent. That doesn't make sense. If we want to make, to advance, we will need to also look at what we can contribute as member states in terms of harmonizing these standards. I think if any of us were farmers, we will not take the time to, you know, adapt to 53 different standards and regulations. That's why that's the advantage of having regional agreements, so that you can have harmonized standards that allow you to, you know, trade within a larger group. So we can integrate the issues, these issues of how can we foster more of the agriculture and food integration, but also how can we use the agreement to foster more energy pool integration, so that we also address the energy gap. So that would be my plea in terms of, you know, kind of still not missing on these gaps, but tackling them within the framework of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. I hope that would be acceptable.
Okay. Thanks, Hanan, for the proposal. So the proposal is AFCFTA, but then it should now incorporate these issues in the other 2 themes, so that it's all encompassing. Shall we go for that, colleagues? Going once, twice. Going once, twice, done. So it's AFC, FTA, but incorporating all these other critical issues. We can't trade without producing. To produce, you need energy. You can't trade without the commodities, so you have to produce the commodities as well, et cetera, et cetera. So there is interconnectedness in the 3 themes, but then the overarching theme will be on what we've agreed. Maybe what we could do, if you have some ideas post lunch, you can just share around informally with colleagues, just to see how it goes. Okay.
I mean, typically what we do is like we agree on the area and then this is developed within the preparation of the upcoming COM. So this gets, further developed along the way. So we'll take into account, of course, all the comments and the things we discussed here, but that will be part of developing that concept note and sharing it with member states. Thank you.
Understood. Good. According to our program, we are supposed to break for lunch, or are there any other matters from the floor which we might want to consider? Any other business, any other matters, burning issues? I think we've covered most of the issues, right? So the proposal is that we break for lunch while our drafting team, they get down to business and then we come back at 4 o'clock. Can we be sharp at 4 so that we deliberate as quickly as possible so that we can consider and adopt our report before it's dark? Okay, then we can proceed with the closing of the 42nd meeting of our meetings. Okay, if you can break for lunch, enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Talibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, foster intra-regional integration, and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events, and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers, all entry and exit points, so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade, as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
Bienvenue, Salibonani, Mangwanani. Very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls.
We treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit.
The primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development.
Since our last conference of ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. The continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change, related events and patterns. We must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions. The issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be.
It is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers, all entry and exit points, so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-African trade, as well as overall industrial development.
Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried as Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized.
Are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing, the expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics were the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value can really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also a place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information to allow ECU to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depends on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on. An opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet, but the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about. For instance, green hydrogen. It's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing, the expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. but also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing, the expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
Jesus.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value can really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youthful population that we have in terms of innovation, around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value can really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youthful population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on. An opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet, but the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about. For instance, green hydrogen is very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only on the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depends on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about. For instance, green hydrogen. That is very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20. And this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers. And leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and higher or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had a piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youthful population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about. For instance, green hydrogen is very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had a piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depends on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, then it's very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics, the social statistics, you have issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value can really depend on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, to transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure that we're leveraging and using the young or youth population that we have in terms of innovation around green economy and investments and so on, an opportunity that we haven't seen the dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of innovations across in Africa, they're actually coming from this population group.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about. For instance, green hydrogen is very important to improve electrification on the continent. Science and technology and innovation are key if we are to transform Africa's economy to an inclusive and green one.
If we mobilize the resources that we are talking about, if they are not used very well, if they are not prioritized in order to maximize the gain that can be drawn out of them, then we are not achieving what we want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also the place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country case studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow ECA to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can go towards building a credible carbon market for the region, because only one country doing it will not enable Africa actually to develop that regional carbon market.
We started in Central Africa by training all our countries, trying to help them understand the benefit of actually embracing this new concept of natural capital accounting. From that one, we had the piloting cases in Gabon and Cameroon. We've been able to introduce them not only of the tools and method of rebasing of natural capital accounting, but also how this can be used in terms of basing the GDP and then bring it to the debate on financing and expanding the GDP of the country. In most of our countries, the national accounts are very strong and well developed. But when it goes to environment statistics and social statistics, you have the issue. So we have helped Cameroon develop this first stage, and then we move in terms of trying to capture the contribution of the natural capital to GDP, and then launch this debate on the liquid financing.
On issues of taxation, we have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing. The resources that are lost to illicit financial flows is more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. We are delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions.
SMEs are critical. If you are to add value, the regional value chain really depends on the capacity of the SMEs to produce, transform, and of course to trade. Related to that are infrastructure that actually help, post-harvest, but the whole process from, the farm to the country and to also the region.
We do have, as Africa, abundant renewable resources. When you look at solar energy, hydro, gas as a transition energy, if you look at the just transition, that is an opportunity that we certainly need to harness. We also do need to harness the demographic dividend. And here, what we need to do is make sure an opportunity that we haven't dividend yet. But the fact that we do have, and if you look at a lot of regulations, of course, in Africa, they're actually coming from this population.
If we are to adopt the emerging technologies that we're talking about, for instance, green hydrogen, it is very important to start science and technology.
Want to achieve. I think that this kind of forum is also a place where we hear from everybody from the continent, and where we can then learn about country-based studies. And it is then important for countries to share their information, to allow each here to dig more and to have more information and be in a position to advise other countries. This is how we can do it.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back from the long lunch. I hope you managed to digest, and now
Recording in progress.
we can resume. Can we bring our meeting to order, please? Okay. I'm being informed by the Secretariat that our report is not yet ready, and it should be ready around 6 I tried to pin them to say I don't like around. I want a definitive time. But they're saying between 5 and 6. I said it's even worse. So let's just work with 6 p.m. We force them to bring it at 6 p.m., right? So that we can have at least an hour after that to go into the details of the report. With your indulgence, please, if you could bear with them as we prepare the report for discussion. In the meantime, we have the honor of having amongst us the presence of our newly appointed Executive Secretary of UNECA, Dr. Keva Katete, who has arrived this afternoon. And also we are honored to have the Honorable Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion for Zimbabwe joining us. Let me, on your behalf, congratulate Dr. Katete on his appointment. I've known him for quite some time now, and I want to assure you we're in safe hands, we're in capable hands, and we're looking forward to his vast experience as he leads us in the whole process, UNECA. So congratulations, sir, and welcome. And typical of him, he has said, Chairman, I want to meet the member countries. I want to hear their concerns. I want to hear their expectations. Let's have a one-on-one conversation. And I said, there you go, typical of him, wanting to meet the clients. So we agreed that let's have a session as we wait for the report so that we are productive as well. So we are going to use this session for an exchange with our Executive Secretary, no holds bar, and let's give them our thoughts, expectations, etc. Let's have a frank exchange. So with those few words, I want to open the floor for, I know the countries who have been speaking, I'm sure will continue with that diligent approach and frank conversation as we have the opportunity with our ES this afternoon. So I open the floor for a conversation for the next 45 minutes or so. It can be longer. As long as the report has not come, I think we'll still go on. So colleagues, here we are. Here's our opportunity to have an exchange with our ES. Thank you. Who's there to kickstart? Okay, the ES would want to have say a few words.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you very much for coming and being a part of this discussion. It's a discussion which we have to maybe take differently, and I'm glad from what I've been briefed that you've been very much engaging and wanting practical things. But I want to tell you, maybe apart from my background, I just came back from New York. And that's where we're hustling, talking about the Summit of the Future and the challenges that we are facing. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to be able to really have our say, but also learning from that experience to do things differently. Because you cannot expect a solution from outside. The solution has to be within us. And for us who have worked in government, we don't want to come to you and tell you the theory of what you need to do. We need to tell you what is possible, and if it has worked, let's replicate it somewhere else with a small modification. And we need to make it very clear so there's no vagueness
if we are talking about the climate, which is now one of the key topics, we need to break it down into what does it mean? And what does it mean for each of your own countries? If we are talking about poverty, we need to discuss how to address this issue. What are the possibilities? Where has it worked? Did it succeed? What can we do in terms of improving it? If we are talking about energy, we can't just go country by country. We need to talk about energy in a regional context. We need to talk about food security in a regional context. Addressing issues of natural resources like minerals, for example. It cannot be done country by country. We need to make sure that we do it in such a way that it can help us in terms of accelerating the CFTA. It's very, very important to look at it differently. We also need to, this is what we have decided at ECA, is that we don't necessarily have to do multiple or millions of things. We can focus on a few things that have an impact, that are measurable. We have also decided that we need to have our center, Africa Center for Statistics, making sure that we really collect the data, we store data, we make it available to everyone. And we collect it even non-traditional areas, including technology and climate, so that it becomes now accessible to everyone and is helping to address the different issues that we are facing on the continent. But we are lucky because you have now this time one market, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, where we need to build, starting from the regional economic communities, which you started with, and we saw the experience we learned, and now we are scaling it up to the continental level. We need to see what works. We all know the nature of our infrastructure and what needs to be done. We know we need industries. We know we need to break down the tariff and non-tariff barriers. We know that there has to be free movement of goods and services. So we are trying to study how can this one be implemented. Of course, this is led by the African Union. ECA is playing a supporting role, but you need to work with you as member countries to make sure that what is planned for the implementation of the CFTA is done and is done properly. And this is also very clearly elaborated in the new 10-year program of the Agenda 2063. So we really need to go deep into practical things, get our hands dirty, and make sure that whatever we deliver, we can always learn and make progress as we move forward. So I just wanted to say a few things, but I wanted to hear from you. If there are any questions, please feel free. If we don't have answers, that's because we are not here to answer, it's just to share experience. And definitely, even going forward, we have agreed with all the other regional economic commissions all over the world. There are 4 others, that one of the big important elements is to share experience. Whatever has succeeded in Asia can also be done here. Whatever has succeeded in Latin America and the Caribbean, we can also borrow from that. And that's our job, to go and borrow and see what works so that we can also be able to use it here. We don't necessarily have to be limited to Africa. We can also borrow from elsewhere. So, but the floor is open, as the chair mentioned. Thank you so much.
We have Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we welcome you, Secretary General, newly appointed. We thank you for choosing to spend this time with us. I had this teething question in my mind when we were discussing the program for 2025, but I decided to shelve it, but the comments that you just made, that we don't need to focus on many things, we need to make sure that the few that we are doing, we do it and do it well. So the question that was on my mind was, this year we have discussed a green transition. And then I'm wondering why we are moving on to new topics for the new year instead of following through with what we have discussed this year to see the progress we would have made in 2025, to see the gaps that are there and how to strengthen and close those gaps to achieve results. Because I feel that if we are moving to different topics each year, then we are not spending enough time to make sure that the things that we have identified and we said we want to work on, we've spent enough time to make to achieve results with it. Because really, 1 year is not enough to achieve that transition, to achieve that change that we all want. We know that development change takes time. So I think that even when we propose new topics, the old ones should remain embedded in, because we need to truly follow through what we have discussed, what we have agreed on, and see a growth and see some level of achievement, some level of measurables before we move to the next topic. That is my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Maybe can respond. Thank you.
Yeah, all I can say, I agree completely with you. The proposal you're making is that if a topic for discussion is helpful in terms of focusing, but when you come here, we also discuss all the other topics, everything that we are doing, which has an impact. But the way you proposed it is that's the way it should be. Because we don't forget about everything else, but we need to say that all the work that we are doing in all areas of our mandate, how far have we gone? And then we can give also these kind of side events would be very helpful for us to be able to discuss some of the topics that we have agreed on. For example, if you say green transition or everything green, blue, they use different terms, and where you come from, don't take these terms to mean so much. We always prefer to break it down in a way that everybody can be able to understand it. Even the programs that we put in place, they are understood rather than just using the big words. The green economy, the blue economy, sometimes even have the great green wall, which I've been talking with my colleagues here. And I say some of these things you really need to break it down and explain. Where we have the seas, where we have the energy, we have the things that have an impact on climate and how we deal with them. We need to simplify it and then come back to the reality of what is the issue, what do we need to solve. Yeah, for example, when you come to this carbon credit market, you all know that, of course, we don't have much of the trading on the market here. You know, when you're talking about the domestic resource mobilization, there are two parts of it. There is the taxation, which is on the side of the government, where you want to get many of the informal sector and bring it to formal sector, where you need to digitize, where you need to have efficiency to make sure there are no loopholes in the system. And also link it, of course, to the payments and expenditure, where you also need to have make sure that there are no loopholes as well, also digitize it. But there is also the side of the private sector, where you need a capital market that is functional. And that capital market, the reason for that, as you all know, is that in our own countries, we are more, the private sector is more dependent on the commercial banks. Commercial banks rates are very high because most of the banks are poor rated or not rated at all. And in that case, they cannot go outside to get cheap money. So the market, which is the capital market, it brings in long-term resources because most of the commercial banks is dependent on deposits. But where you can get long-term resources is in the capital market. So once you have the funds, you have the capital market with so much of the derivatives that are necessary, then you can mobilize resources. And that's why you trade. But you don't only trade that, you also trade in terms of commodities. You know, for example, the warehousing receipt, they're all traded on the capital market, but also the climate, carbon credits. in terms of the carbon credit, you don't simply go there and meet anyone because there has to be a market, like the way you go to open market. There has to be a market where you buy and sell. And that market should need its capacity for people who know how to trade, how to organize the market, how to make sure that market is accountable. It has the rules of the game. And that's where, for example, for us on the African continent, we are having problems. Because we are saying, in order to reduce the carbon, in order to address that issue, one of them is to sell the carbon, is to make sure that that has an impact on climate change. But how do we sell it? How does anybody from any part of our countries know even what to do? They need guidance, they need help, they need capacity. But we cannot do it individually. And that's why one of the proposals that we are working on is to see how we can have regional markets where we can develop the necessary capacity so that the trading can take place in an organized manner that is also regulated. Because it does not make sense for just the cost per ton is now, initially it was below $10 per ton on the African continent, but now most of our countries actually selling it below $5 per ton. In Europe, on average, it's 120. There is no carbon per ton that is below $100. But you compare that, it is the same carbon. There's no different colors. No, it's the same carbon. But anybody who can see that is above 100 on one continent, and then it is below $5 on another continent, the same carbon, then you know something is wrong. And that's what we need to fix. And you have to fix it to make sure that all our member countries benefit from that. So there are a few things that we can really work on that can make a difference. Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank Katete for that intervention. I just want to amplify on two things. One on the capital market issue and share experiences. For instance, what we've done here in Zimbabwe, we have now got two stock exchanges. One stock exchange is in domestic currency, and it is an old stock exchange that goes back to 1896. It's a very old stock exchange, just like the Egyptian one and the Johannesburg one, which are very old stock exchanges. We've launched a new stock exchange in hard currency in US dollars, which is based here in Victoria Falls. And it's meant again to drive the mobilization of long-term capital, especially for those investments that need hard currency in the mining sector or the energy minerals of future, lithium and so forth. And so far, we've got about 14 listed securities on that exchange. So really, Katete is right that driving this capital market is key to raising a long-term capital. It is also our intention to launch a futures market for carbon credits on this same Victoria Falls stock exchange so that we have these instruments traded in Africa so that we can get a better price discovery process, not just $5 or something as opposed to $110 per ton, but something closer to $110 per ton, better price discovery through these capital markets. That's our intention. And that's a contribution. We're happy to share our experiences as Zimbabwe on deepening these capital markets. What I can assure you is that there are certain areas that are a little bit harder. For example, it's far easier to develop the market on the equity front as opposed to the debt front. The fixed income market is much more difficult because to build a yield curve is not easy. You have to issue a series of instruments of different maturities, be clear about the maturity profile, build a yield curve on the back of inflation. So it just takes time. But that's where you now need both government to be issuing instruments, fixed income instruments, as well as the private sector issuing corporate bonds so that we can all then deepen these capital markets. But finally, we're also happy to share as Zimbabwe experience on the regulation front in the issuance of carbon credits. We've just, I chair the cabinet committee in Zimbabwe that developed the rules of how these instruments ought to be developed, how government ought to relate with the project promoters, how to share the revenues between government and the promoters, where we share on a ratio of 70-30. The project promoter keeps 70%, government takes 30%. Within that 30%, we make sure that the local community where these carbon credits are generated benefits directly and it finances specific projects. So these monies are spread around. Only 15% gets to treasury, but the rest stays with the community so that these resources impact the communities directly. So those are experiences we can share with you colleagues. I'm sure Zimbabwe will also learn other things that you are doing in various aspects of development around greening our economies. Thank you very much.
I can assure you that ECA is going to put a lot of emphasis on the capital market, more than we have done before, because private sector needs to play a big role in terms of development.
Thank you. We have Suleiman Ahmedin from Eritrea who's online. Could we connect, please? In the meantime, as we wait, if there are any delegates who want to participate and ask questions, queries, clarifications. DRC Congo.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Chair. DRC would like to congratulate Dr. Gatete for his nomination first, and as the Executive Secretary of the ECA. Having said that, I'd like to say that our delegation has supported the theme of financing the transition towards green economy in Africa. DRC has always supported a green economy, an inclusive green economy, which takes into account the major issues of related to food or non-food items and related to forest. Now, how can we promote the structural transformation of the natural resources-based economy? This is what our delegation was expecting in light of the theme of our meeting. How can we commercialize green economy in Africa through the trading of forest products and invest on the economy related to timber economy. In this meeting, we did not hear mention about this aspect, but when we talk about the green economy, we need to take into account to everything related to forests. We have several products such as honey that we find in the forest. We have timber that we find in the forest. We have different animals that we find in the forest, and we have a lot of natural resources in our forest, and this can generate a lot of financial resources and thus increase the growth of the African continent economy. There was a meeting in Kinshasa, and they reviewed the new requirements of the new regulations, regulatory instruments regulating the timber, because timber generates a lot of financial resources, and this would contribute to increase our economy. So we were expecting to find something captured around this in our respective countries. And we need to propose modalities on how to include structural economies, structural programs. Where can we find them, and what would be the tools to promote these tools in our respective countries? We have created in DRC the Green Fund. In Central Africa region, in fact, a Green Fund. We are starting a new era. We are facing new frameworks that were adopted since 2008. And now we have reached 2024. So I will not want to monopolize the floor, but I was expecting to see captured the aforementioned items. How can we valorize and commercialize timber to promote green economy in the continent? So this was in a nutshell what I wanted to say at this level. When we talk about regional integration, when we talk about the global financial architecture and the social inequalities, including gender inequality, and when it comes to promoting energy transition, we have, for instance, the Inga Dam project. It's a continental project. It should be a continental project. So the ECA should advocate for the implementation of the Inga project and feed the African continent in electricity. This dam represents 13%. It is able to produce 100,000 megawatts. So these are the elements I wanted to contribute and share with His Excellency, the Executive Secretary. Thank you very much, SME Chair. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to thank our brother from DRC, and I just say what I like what you said. There are three things which are very, very important, and sometimes we need to focus on the comparative advantage of the natural resources in each of the countries. And three of the things that you mentioned are very important. The timber, the Inga, I would add the minerals, which is very, very important. When I started my job, I found there was this study by Bloomberg and ECA and others on the mineral value chain for the manufacturing of electric vehicles and also the batteries. And the study is very interesting if you look at how the natural resources being on the Congo, the DRC, and also cutting across in Zambia. And we are happy that the two presidents signed an MOU on how to have that kind of joint industrial park or special economic zone, if I may call it that way. And recently, we also got a letter that DRC has also availed the land where that project is going to take place. Just for your own understanding, the estimations are that if we do it properly, by 2050, it will be generating 46 trillion, right from electric vehicles and also from the batteries, something that is needed now that would have a very serious impact on climate. Because this time we are not polluting the climate with the fuel that we normally use in our own vehicles. This is very, very, very important. And that project is going to be, that's what we are following up to make sure that now that everything is done, how do we take it forward to the implementation and bring the private sector? And that's the method we are using really for de-risking to make sure that we take it up to the end. The other project that you mentioned of timber forest, and when we are talking about carbon, that's what we are talking about exactly. But how do we do it properly? To be honest, we have not studied now the forest in DRC, which is a very big natural resource for the country. Not only in DRC, but also the whole of Central Africa also has, if we take Gabon, if we take so many other countries, they have that one as a natural resource. And it's our job to assist these member countries to make sure they can get the maximum benefit of those natural resources without necessarily impacting on the climate. The other issue is also the energy. Everybody knows the Inga Dam, Inga 1, Inga 2. And sometimes what has discouraged many people is that it is too big, which solves the problem, but also requires a whole huge amount of money. And everybody wants to go in, but I think for us to be able to address that problem, we need to go in as partners. We need to work together with all the partners and see how to solve it. We have already been discussing it with ADB. I know that my brother, President Adesina, we've talked about it many times. And there are many others who would also be interested. I think it is high time that we came together to discuss further about this and agree on a roadmap on how to make sure that this project supports not only the DRC, but the whole entire continent, where possible, so that we can have a starting point rather than just fearing because it is too expensive. We cannot do everything at the same time, but the points you are raising is that once we take on these kind of big projects, they have maximum benefit to the citizens, and also in terms of addressing the poverty, creating jobs, and also contributing to economic growth. So the point you raised is very, very important, and that's how that should be our approach in terms of addressing issues, not just picking small things and then be able to talk about them. We need to take on also the big things like this one, forestry that you mentioned, and also the energy and the minerals. And that's why we intend to have various value chains, including the diamond in Southern Africa, and also dealing with exactly the project in DRC together with Zambia. So I just want to stop here, but the point you are making is simple, is how can you help us in terms of really addressing these big things, which you very much appreciate, and which is also our responsibility to make sure that we help member countries. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you wanted to contribute something?
Thank you very much. The colleague from DRC just took me a bit around the whole issue of investing in renewable energy, because the Inga Dam is indeed a renewable energy project, being hydropower. In fact, really, Gatete is correct that it has to be a regional stroke continental project, and that's exactly what he said. Because I recall when we made a bit of progress on Inga Dam, it was only after an MOU had been signed for a potential offtake agreement with South Africa. Because what we had to identify was a country which has got a large country, a large economy with a power deficit, and South Africa getting involved as a potential offtaker. That made the Inga Dam a more viable project, which makes it then easier to finance. So it clearly is a regional and a continental endeavor. As Gatete said, the other issue was one on the issue about transmission, that once you produce the power, can we invest in the transmission infrastructure, into the rest of Africa? I think what we found was that you could connect easily into the static power pool, because we already have got existing transmission infrastructure, maybe also into the East Africa, but it was not so easy connecting into the other power pools so as to support the whole continent. So it's something that we've discussed in detail in other fora with the ECA and the African Development Bank. But on the subject of renewable energy, colleagues, I think that maybe we also need to share experiences. We're finding that if we want to really drive investment into renewable energy from the private sector, you need a minimum of three things. You need to make sure that you have got an economic tariff. So investors in the solar space, for example, need a tariff of about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So if you're able to provide that in our respective countries, we know we are somewhere in terms of an economic tariff. Number two, we need to be able to provide government guarantees on the power purchase agreements, so that if our utilities cannot pay for the electricity, we, the government,
can step up through our treasury ministries to buy that, but to pay for that power, investors will find it easier if that were the case. Of course, we could use other structures. It might be a government guarantee. It could be some other, form of guarantee from someone else if you're able to pull it off. But it is necessary to drive the investment into the solar space. Finally, we also need to have give the investors assurance that they can access hard currency to service their loans for investments into our country, some kind of currency access, currency convertibility agreement. So we need these three pillars to form the basis of what we call a government implementation agreement to drive investment by these independent power producers into the renewable energy space, which will cover solar investment, hydro, geothermal, as well as wind investment into the wind power projects. I thought I should share these with you. As Zimbabwe, we're very happy to share our government implementation agreement with any member country. We'll use the UNECA platform to do that. You are all free to see what we have tried to construct. It's a best practice GIA that we've come up with. We used capacity from the African Legal Support Facility, which is linked to the AFDB. We've got best practice on this. I thought I should share this with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can we have Suleiman, if we are ready?
Yes, Your Excellency Chairperson. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Chairperson. I think it is very relevant. Just you choose it that the time we have in making the Executive Secretary to understand the expectations of member states. Just Your Excellency Chairperson, I wanted to say that we bear witness in what you have said, is that I know him for a long time and we feel that we are in safe hands. It's very true. Just while I was accompanying the head of delegation as he pays a courtesy visit to him, we really got impressed in a number of issues in the way that Your Excellency Chairperson, instead of following a line of one size fits all and choosing to understand country-specific contexts, needs, necessities, and priorities of member states is something which is impressive and very relevant and practical. That is a very good engagement. And Your Excellency also, most of the time, a number of engagements also gets frustrated by a bureaucratic hassle. But what we have seen from him, just simplifying things and just avoiding such kind of bureaucratic hassle and being a pragmatic and holding a view of get it done or not is something which is very good. And we really wish him a best of luck in his tenure. And we look forward as a delegation, as a request delegation, to work closely with him, Your Excellency Chairperson. Just in addition to that, as a sort of a compliment, and Your Excellency Chairperson, if you can also, through you, if we can request the Secretariat to, if they can share all the PowerPoint presentations, which is very pertinent and relevant in the documentation section, in the online documentation section, so that we can benefit and also happily inform the headquarters with the relevant line ministries, Your Excellency Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suleiman. Well, I think on the sharing of the PowerPoint presentations and all the papers, some of them are in the files, but I think we have, I hope everyone is through registration, the details of their contact details, so we can share quickly. That won't be a problem. But thank you so much. We have Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Chair, and allow me to also congratulate the Executive Secretary, Dr. Gatete, for his appointment. I would like to make 2 points, if you allow. The first point is to emphasize on the point that was made by my sister from Ghana, and also what the Executive Secretary has mentioned in his remarks, which is related to how practical do we make the deliberations that we are having here. And one of the suggestion, which is, let's see at different themes, yes, but I don't think the themes that were discussed and proposed for the next years are contradictory with what we've discussed during this year in terms of climate finance. I think we can put together this theme and make sure that we are able to address climate-related issues, but at the same time, issues related to agriculture, issues related to trade, they are not contradictory. The second point I would like to make, which is basically coming back to the points that I made during the discussion we've had here, we've gone through a number of different options in terms of accessing climate finance. Options that I believe are not affordable for most of our country. Yes, we have the green bonds, we have the different type of financing, but these financing are costly. And most of the countries are already facing very high debt levels. So one of the suggestions that we discussed was, how do we, first of all, try to create some fiscal space? When we go into, and I believe, Mr. Executive Secretary, you, as my former Minister of Finance, you will understand what I mean when I say, can we go into the details of how we spend the money that we receive? And the suggestion is, if you have to address climate issues, let's start by the subsidies that we give into non-climate friendly projects and sectors. We need to see how ECA can support countries into looking at these issues at the different cycles of PFM, of public finance management, and try to make saving at that level before we actually go for more costly source of funding. So that was one of the suggestions, and would like to see more being done by the ECA on that side, so that countries can actually try to leverage on existing resources that they have in terms of domestic resource mobilization, in terms of prioritizing our spending, in terms of knowing where we put every dollar or every money that we spend. So I thought I would also bring that issue to you, Mr. Executive Secretary, so that we really try to see as we move along, how can we really make sure that these practical issues, we are able to come back to them next time that we meet. We try to see where do we stand in terms of those suggestions that we are making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rwanda. Yes, if you can respond whilst we wait for others to join in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella, for your good intervention. Unfortunately, I wish I had more time because I have another meeting that I have to attend. But let me just tell you two things so that this is not a meeting where you can give an answer straight away. But in New York, I was co-facilitating financing for development. And when we are looking at the debt levels of many countries, we are trying to make our colleagues, other countries, also understand what Africa is facing. I gave them an example that most countries here, there are some countries who are now, the payment of the debt is almost equivalent to the recurrent expenditure, or to the spending in health or education, whatever it is, depending on which country. And what does that mean? For the ministers of finance or ministries of finance who are here, the representatives, they understand that you don't pay the debt in local currency. You pay it in foreign currency, meaning you have to draw down on your reserves. And once you draw down on your reserves, you are reducing the capacity of the central bank to intervene on the market. Meaning that for all the imports by the private sector who are buying things from outside, they are competing for the limited dollars or limited euros in the commercial banks. So the exchange rate impact becomes high, which feeds into the inflation. I gave them in some countries where you do a budget in local currencies, and then you contract the private sector. And halfway there, the private sector will come back and they say, I cannot implement unless you revise the agreement because of the foreign exchange where it has become costly and you are the one in charge of the macroeconomic management. So the impact is so big for countries which are highly indebted. And this is happening at the time when actually there has been so many problems almost accumulating. Most of our countries which are developing, you are poorly rated. You are reliant on actually concessional resources that come from the World Bank, from the African Development Bank, from other sources, whether it is Exim banks or Arab funds. That's where the money comes from that is concessional. And because our countries have been growing our economies, the sources of money has been shrinking. It's not enough. That's what has forced many countries to actually go and issue like Eurobonds, which is expensive. Or they go to local markets and crowd out the private sector. Either way, it's not good. So because of that, and it has happened for a long time, then you find that actually you are squeezed. You are borrowing, and yet also the private sector is not investing because it's dependent on the commercial banks, of which the rates are very expensive because you don't have very active capital markets. So it's like you're in a trap and you have to survive. So we are looking at all the proposals that have been put there. The SDG stimulus of 500 billion. We're looking at Bridgetown Initiative. We are looking at all the studies that have been done by the G20, one after the other. And then we find what's the solution. The solution sometimes will not come from outside. We also need to come back again and look at inside the domestic resource mobilization, and then how we utilize our money, how effectively, efficiently that we are using these kind of resources. This is a discussion we are going to have for a long time. And when it comes to climate, basically, it's not that you wake up one morning and be able, because the resources which are required, you can't even get it right away. But there are innovative ways of how we can start addressing the issues of climate. Just the issue, for example, when Rwanda took the issue of removing the plastic bags, it did not cost really too much. When we started using, when Rwanda started using Umuganda, the public works to plant trees, everybody went out and started planting trees, which can be done, which is being done in many countries as well. There are certain steps that can be done, and then the big things can be dealt with in a different way, and that's what we are looking for, alternatives. And that's the work that we are going to continue to work as ECA. But at least it's saying, what are the minimum that each country can do? Because not having too much money does not mean that you stop. But also in terms of financing your development, there are mechanisms that can be also done, and that's what we are going to focus on. We cannot give a solution at this point in time. There is another point which I wanted just also to give. The regional cooperation is very, very important. We cannot afford to have one country work alone and have another country also work alone. We saw it in East Africa when you had the problem, the issue of transporting our goods. At that point, when we saw that it was taking 21 days to transport goods from Mombasa to Rwanda, taking 18 days to Uganda, and taking 22 days to Burundi. It's a small distance, but going through the whole bureaucracy was a problem. I remember the president, I was in the Ministry of Finance, the president of Rwanda put some people on a truck. He says, I want you to understand what is going on. So he gave them money. He says, if you reach the border and they ask for money, pay it. If there's a roadblock, pay it. If there is anybody who needs money, just pay it. So they went to Mombasa and came back. They gave a report back. So the president took it to the presidents in the northern corridor for Uganda, Kenya. There was actually Ethiopia also represented, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi. And he gave the report to the heads of state. He said, in Uganda, these are how many roadblocks you have. These are how many way bridges you have. The same thing with Kenya. And he showed them that you have to pay insurance for your goods from one country to another to another. And he gave the whole everything. And the heads of state in one meeting, which took the whole day, they took decisions. They said for the goods coming from Mombasa, through many countries, they use only the commercial insurance. It solved the problem with the insurance. And they say the trucks should never be stopped at the border. They put the cargo tracking system, meaning they are not supposed to be stopped. They removed all the roadblocks. They kept way bridges, 2 of them at the entry and exit. And then they also said because people are trading, that Kenya should give them the work permit so they can be based in Mombasa. And then they removed the roaming charges so that people can talk as if they are in their own countries. And so many other actions that were also taken, such as the people not needing to have their own passports, they can use their own local IDs. In 1 week, the goods which you are taking 21 days to Rwanda, it started taking 4 to 5 days. And it started taking 3 to 4 days to Uganda. So you could see the turnaround economy in a very short time, something that was really surprising everybody, just by making sure that the heads of state take decisions at a regional level, not at a national level only, because we are now dependent on each other. So I'm just saying that the regional perspective is very important. The regional cooperation is very, very important, but also how we do business internally is very, very important. We are still working on issues because the Summit of the Future is this September. And one of the issues they are that's going to be discussed is the reform of the international financial architecture, including the debt situation. The other one is also the issue of technology for the Global Digital Compact that is also under discussion, where most of our countries are really lagging far, far, far behind. We have 1.6 billion of the people who are not connected, and most of them are on the African continent. And some of the issues you are discussing here, including what my sister Sarah mentioned, are the issues that are going to be discussed there at the global level, but also trying to find our own in-house solutions that can work. And what is very important is that once we find what can work, is that we should share among ourselves, so that whatever works in one country can also work in another country by sharing experiences. And that's the work of the ECA that can compile and make sure that we also share the experiences. We just had the Africa Business Forum, where we are focusing on science, technology, and innovations. And we had many innovations from many countries, from Kenya, from Ghana on artificial intelligence, from Rwanda on the vaccine, from many other countries. It was very interactive, it was very useful, and you could see that we could take some of the innovations that work and roll it out in many other countries. That is the work that we're going to do. We are not here to provide maybe the solutions, but your challenging us is very important because we don't want to come here next year and tell you the same things. We have to come here to show you we have not done everything, but this is what we have found as solutions to some of the problems we are facing in some of the countries. Chair, I wanted just to stop. I could continue, but I don't want to stop here because they have another meeting. But I wanted just to thank our colleagues really for raising the issues. And I was told that you gave hard time to our team, which is very exciting for me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Honourable Minister.
Let me thank our Rwanda colleague for raising. You're very specific about the subsidy on fuels. We have already embraced it. In the beginning of 2019, we removed subsidies on petrol, diesel, on fuels, because we realized that that subsidy, actually the biggest beneficiary is not the poor. It's actually the rich who have 3 SUVs each. They are the real beneficiaries, the biggest polluters. So we removed the subsidy. And our view was it's a blunt instrument. It is not a precise and sharp instrument. The way you sharpen it is actually by taxing fuel more and ring fencing that tax to enhance social protection programs, which are targeted at those who need the social protection. Better still, if that social protection is productive or conditional in nature rather than unconditional. But also use that extra revenue to maintain your roads. So we've embraced what you've just said. Hopefully, there are a few others in the room who feel the same. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone with contribution before our ES takes leave of this meeting? There's a hand at the back there.
Thank you so much for the intervention. I'm from the UN country team and specifically from UNIDO. And I'm so happy that during these past 3 days, there have been discussions in terms of the industrialization agenda, and in particular, Industry 4.0. I think, this is very good that, Africa is now focusing on the industrialization agenda. And also, I would like to encourage my colleagues in this room that they should also take advantage of the re-emerging interest on industrial policy agenda and the role of government as an enabler for that agenda. We know very well that under the enablers, we talk about issues to do with energy, access, industrial capital, research and development, infrastructure, etc. And I see those issues, they need to be addressed. And it can only happen if the ministries of finance, economic development and planning take the lead and ensure that industrial policy does not remain a sectorial type of intervention, but a national policy agenda. Lastly, but not least, I really want to encourage all the strategic stakeholders to collaborate, especially in the context of the SDGs, in particular, those SDGs which relate to the economic growth agenda. And I would love to hear more in terms of what the new executive secretary thinks about it, especially on the SDGs and the economic SDGs 8, 9, and 17. What does he think, how can the UNECA play a role in pushing those agendas for Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. let's be honest to ourselves. We have now an opportunity where we are all, as a continent, focusing in one direction in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. As we mentioned at the very beginning, one of them is infrastructure. We need roads, we need rail, we need energy, we need water, we need all the areas of infrastructure. And at the same time, it's not only at the national level, we need them at the regional level, we need to connect as a continent together. That would facilitate trade, meaning the role of technology becomes useful because if you have to trade, technology has a big role to play as also part of the infrastructure. And that's why we are talking about the broadband, the whole infrastructure, the satellite, broadband, the undersea cable, and the rest of it. But at the same time, we don't need to trade the raw material, the unfinished goods, because we have been doing that for a long, long time, and so many countries where we export have benefited. We want to make sure that we have industries that work. And that's why we are focusing on the regions, so that this time it's not just each country having industries, which has to continue, but also we need also to produce at the regional level. I've been discussing with my brother here, Professor Nkube, on this Zimbabwe, Zambia agro-processing zone, so that this time we know that there is the land here, we know it's an agricultural land, and if we can establish a socio-economic zone that is focusing on processing, very additional to the final detail, that means that you can address the issues of food security. When we are talking about focusing, for example, on diamond in the Southern Africa, we know that the raw materials are there. What we need is just having a processing plant that can produce not for one country, but for all others, so that we can be able to add more value. This month we'll be going to Botswana. Botswana has mastered in terms of beef exports to Europe. If we have a license to export to Europe, why should we be limited to Europe? Why can't you export to the Middle East? We had a discussion with Badea, and we'll be visiting there to the ground to see the whole value chain, and then to see how that can be scaled up. Many times, Badea is willing to finance any resources that is required, either to expand by the government of Botswana or even to bring in others, so that you can this time also start exporting to other markets. But then the supply should not necessarily be from Botswana. It can be from the entire region. If we get it right, it can benefit not only Botswana in terms of more jobs, in terms of more income, but also it can benefit the neighboring countries. And those are the kind of industries that we want so that we can reach the final product. We are also looking at Ghana and Ivory Coast in terms of cocoa. For a long time, it's like another Inga Dam that we talked about in terms of the chocolate. If you ask any young kid, they will tell you chocolate comes from Europe. But yet the cocoa is growing in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, and many other countries. We want to see why can't we develop industry to the final product in terms of adding value. So we are trying to see different ways of coming up with industries so that whether you are exporting among the African countries or you are exporting abroad, you add value. There is no reason why we should be able now at this point in time export raw minerals to any of the advanced countries. You're exporting it to India, you're exporting it to Europe for processing. Why can't the processing take place on our continent? So when you are thinking about building industries, we are trying to see how these industries can be able to add value to the final level, not just doing it halfway, not exporting the raw materials, but having industries that are really addressing our own problems so that those jobs and also the resources can stay on the African continent. That's what we are looking at, but we cannot chew everything at the same time. We want to pick some of the pockets, critical minerals, agriculture, energy, so many other things that can be able to have a quick impact on our continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this conversation, sir. We were discussing over lunch with Hanan. We were asking why should Egypt be importing beef from Latin America when Botswana and the other countries can do it? They're producing quality beef. Again, the same thing with chickens. Why do we have these chickens coming from Brazil, which even the quality is questioned when we put them on the table? So these are all fundamental issues. Yes, we have been asking ourselves to map the way forward for this value addition and processing. But thank you so much. Let me thank you for giving us this time and for your frank exchange with the countries. We hope we continue with this conversation. Thank you, sir.
Recording stopped.
Colleagues, thank you very much for this conversation. Now, I've just inquired on the status of the report. I'm being told it will be ready at 6 o'clock. Now, there is the NEPAD colleagues who are here.
Recording in progress.
And we thought we could also discuss NEPAD projects and really understand the PIDA projects, where are we, the status, etc., the strategies, and practically what are they doing on the ground? What are the issues? What are the bottlenecks, especially on the corridors? There's Dr. Gideon Nimako. If he could come to the podium for some conversation, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Africa area and regional transformation. Don't have to take it, but somebody just give me this. Yeah. Is he coming? Do you know him?
I don't know. Is that him?
Is that him? Okay. Regional integration, digital transformation. Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome to the conference. Earlier on during the 2 days, I think there have been issues relating to regional projects, corridors, etc., and the broader infrastructure projects for the African continent. And I think the approach which has been circulating in terms of the positioning of Africa, focusing on these corridors to ensure connectivity, be they road, rail, etc., etc. So we thought if you colleagues from NEPAD could really, because there were issues which related to projects under your purview. So we thought it would be good for the countries to listen to from you where we are, what are the issues, etc., so that we can get an update on this. Thank you very much for accepting our request. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, and thank you very much, Chair, for the invitation. Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and the Excellencies for this opportunity. We'll be having a slide presentation, and then later on, my colleague Snowden will allude to the very question you did ask, particularly on regional infrastructure projects, the status we are in, and how we look into the future. So I don't know if the presentation, do I need to go to the podium or I can present it from? Okay. All right, next slide, please. So I want to briefly talk about the Agenda 2063, particularly in relation to the second 10-year plan, which is what we are calling the decade of acceleration, and some of the pain points that we are discovering, particularly when it comes to regional projects and also country level projects. Next slide. So really, our work actually emanates from a decision from the AU Assembly to evaluate the first decade of Agenda 2063 and also propose a plan for the continent for the next decade. I'm not going to go through everything because as I was listening in, most of the issues have been alluded to look as if I'm repeating. So I will skip a lot of the material and focus on the very subject matter that you, Chair, indicated. Next slide. So as we can see on the screen, the evaluation of the first decade of the Agenda 2063 actually indicated that the plan is still relevant. It is very coherent, particularly with the SDGs and the high fives and other international frameworks. However, when you look at effectiveness in terms of the target that we did set for ourselves for the first decade, there are areas that needs improvement. Actually, as a continent, we scored 39%, which means that if you look at collectively all the targets that we set for ourselves, the achievement stands as 39%, which is quite worrying. Most of these can be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. But even before the COVID, you realize that the pace was a bit slow in terms of achieving those targets. Next slide. So there are 7 aspirations, as most of you may be aware of. When it comes to aspiration 1, the progress is not quite encouraging. And also aspiration 5, which talks about our cultural values. I think as a continent, more work needs to be done in terms of paying more attention to some of the initiatives that will harness our cultural values. Issues of connectivity, which relates to aspiration 2, actually is quite lagging. Next slide. So there is a strong convergence between Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. We've done some work in this area. Actually, when you compare the 20 goals of Agenda 2063 with the 17 goals of the SDGs, there is high convergence. But we must admit that there are areas of differentiation. Although they are the same, there are some areas that are not the same. And so within the second decade, we want to pay more attention, not just on the areas of convergence, but areas of differentiation, which will help both agendas in terms of implementation and execution. Next slide. Now, we all know that our population, so going into the second, we are looking at the transitions. By 2063, actually Africans' population will be a third of global population, and majority will be the youth. So the question that we do ask ourselves is that if you are renting into the future, particularly in the next decade, how do you exploit this transition and demographic transitions that we are seeing, which is quite increasing going into the future. Next slide. However, when you look at into the future, if you forecast into the future, actually Africa will improve in a number of development indicators. Poverty is eventually in the future will reduce. But there's one that is quite stubborn going into the future, and that is the informal sector. Our models actually shows us that informal sector will remain if we don't have radical intervention. And the idea is not actually to formalize the informal sector, is how to understand and exploit the informal sector, particularly if you are looking at domestic resource mobilization. How do you exploit the informal sector? So for us, it's quite critical in terms of our intervention. And there are some body of work that is actually looking at this area, how to exploit the informal sector economically. But actually, most of our social activities are actually residing in the informal sector. So it's quite critical. And we thought of showing this, this visual. Next slide. So going into the next decade, most of you excellencies are aware of this. We have 7 aspirations, but if you look at intermediate results, how do we want to see the continent by 2033? And 2033 is very important because you have the SDGs ending in 2030. 3 years after, then you have Agenda 2063 second 10-year plan ending. So it's quite critical that we pay attention to some of these targets that we have set for ourselves in the second 10-year plan. We have what we call the 7 moonshots. And these are 7 states in which we want to see every African country by 2033. The first one is that we want African countries, all African countries, to be in middle income status by 2033. It's the lead moonshot. At certain forums, we've been told that this is quite ambitious, cautiously ambitious. But we in the AUDA feel it's something that is achievable if the right policy and regulatory and also the interventions are put in place. So these are the 7 moonshots that we've set for ourselves for the next decade. That is starting from 2024 to 2033. Next slide. But here we want to focus on financing. We all know the interventions that are required in each of the 7 moonshots, but how do you finance these 7 moonshots? And I think from yesterday up to today, that has been the focus of most of our discussion. Whilst the indicator framework, even for the SDGs and the Agenda 2063, indicate the transformation that we want to achieve, the budget for member states actually signals the investment choices. Actually, it signals the direction, the development direction of a country. So when you are costing a plan such as this, you cannot actually delineate that process from country level budgeting processes. Next slide. So that is what we did in collaboration with UNDP. Actually, we analyzed 40 countries budgeting data set for the past 10 years, mapped them both to the SDGs and Agenda 2063, and then try to model into the future as against the 7 moonshots. So this is one way. It's not the only way. The other way is also to look at the interventions that we have actually alluded to in each of the 7 moonshots and try to cost it. But that has some shortcomings. So we believe that it's supposed to be a bottom-up approach where you project what country levels are actually executing and budgeting for, and then projecting into the future. Next slide. Next slide, please. So if you do that and look at the historical data, you'll realize that if countries actually stay on the same course, what we are calling business as usual, you have a certain pattern. If you marry it with the target space that we've set for ourselves in the second 10-year plan, there is a financial gap that is required for each of the 7 moonshots. Actually, we've done the same for the SDGs, where you have the gap, the financial gap that is required for achieving those targets in each of the 7 moonshots. Next slide. So targeting is very important. You have country level target that relates to continental level targets. And sometimes it's not a one-to-one mapping, and it's not actually necessarily an aggregation from bottom up. Sometimes there are differentiation in terms of some of the regional targets and continental targets that we set. Next slide. So for each of the 7 moonshots, the costing actually differentiate between the business as usual, as I've indicated, and what we call the push scenario, what is required. So if you do that, then you have a financial gap target, a financial gap of about $3 trillion for the 10 years that we are looking into the future. You can actually disaggregate them at moonshot level, at target level, even go as far as the country level and look at how these initiatives that we as a continent are actually executing relates to the gap that we have actually identified. Next slide. Next slide. So for each of the 7 moonshots, so the question is now, if you know the gap, how do you finance it? In which areas is critical? Prioritization becomes important. Of course, when you look at each of the 7 moonshots, there are plateau of initiatives that you can have, but you need to identify critical initiatives that addressing or closing the gap should actually concentrate on. So for instance, for moonshot 1, we do have manufacturing and value addition as one of the critical drivers for achieving moonshot 1. Agriculture productivity is also another moonshot driver for 1. And then good governance. Good governance is also key. So for addressing and financing each of the moonshot, care must be taken to each of these drivers that have been identified for each moonshot. Next slide. It's the same thing as the previous, so next slide. So you can look at it by sector. If you look at agriculture productivity, actually, if you look at agriculture productivity, it's actually how to get more from the input that we're putting into the system. And irrigation and water resources is very, very important. And so if you look at the visual that I'm looking at, actually, as a continent, if you look at our water reserves, it's not that we don't have the water bodies, the water reserves and how we are utilizing that to increase agricultural productivity. There's more needs to be done in that area. Next slide, please. Can you go to the next slide in the interest of time? So these are some costing that we've actually alluded, looking at one particular sector, and we've done it for most of the critical sectors for for our economies. Next slide. So now comes to infrastructure, which I think relates to what the chair was alluding to. So you need to, your agricultural productivity is important. Your productivity levels needs to increase, but then you can't do it alone. You also have to marry that with your infrastructure. And looking at the visual that has been just projected in terms of regional infrastructure project distributed across the 5 regions, these are the projects that we have identified under PDAPAP2, and my colleague Snowden will talk to that in a minute. Next slide. But there are challenges. There are challenges. Financing is always an issue, as has been alluded to in previous session. Capacity is also important. Technical issues are also important. Governance is also one of the challenges impeding the regional infrastructure projects that we've identified with the regional economic communities. Next slide. Another area is also power. Power is also a critical area that most of our interventions are also looking at, what we call the Continental Master Plan for Africa. It's an area that has started recently. But if you look at Moonshot 1, moving all AU member state to middle income status, and you have a key driver such as manufacturing, there's no way you can do that without power. Next slide. Next slide, please. So financing, I think this has been one of the pain points. And these are some of the challenges that we've been talking about since morning. The debt burdens that we have, issues of external shocks. All these are factors that are exerting pressures on our abilities to mobilize financing for development. Next slide. But the context needs to be set right. And if you are looking at re-engineering the global financial architecture, you realize that the history actually tells you a lot. Because look at the Bretton Woods institution, the way it was architected in the 1940s. It hasn't changed much over the years. And that is why we have this discussion of rethinking the global financial architecture. But for us, it provides an opportunity for us to look at a dedicated fund for Agenda 2063. There are so many funds, one for peace, all scattered around. But if you look at it sectorially, you don't get a full picture. And critical areas always tend to be left out. So you need a consolidated view of all funds towards the comprehensive view of the development agenda of the continent, which is, in our view, Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. Next slide. So for us, we pinpoint it on 3 rationale. First of all, we want to project the continent as a global lead in resiliency and sustainability by 2033. And for us, it provides us the impetus for having a consolidated fund that looks at all the areas of Agenda 2063. Rethinking financing or development in Africa is also a critical issue. And the last point, which I think I will try to conclude on, there are a number of slides, but I think the discussion is more important than going through all the slides, is the issue of 2 Agenda 1 framework. And this is an issue that between the 2 institutions, the AUC and UNECA, it has progressed, but I think the devil is in the detail. When we look at 2 Agenda 1 framework, what exactly are we talking about? Are we only talking about financing or jointly implementing development initiative? And this discussion actually is ongoing. Next slide. So these are the needs. We need a comprehensive view. We need to look at how we restructure our investments. We also need to bridge the gap. There is a clear gap, and we need to do that. The question here is the how. And I think that is the question that has been brooding at the practicalities of how do you do this? And the feasibility study that we conducting, actually, member states have requested us to look at the how part. How do you if you have a fund for Agenda 2063, how do you capitalize and recapitalize the issues of sustainability of such a fund? How do you marry that with the African Development Fund at the AFDB? These are all questions that are brooding and needs further interrogation. And that is the body of work that we currently undertaking within the agency. Next slide. Next slide. So these are some of the options, and I think the Honorable Minister, I've forgotten, actually was alluding to the expensive nature of some of these options that we put on the table. But we don't think that you need to have a single source. You need to have heterogeneity when you are looking at sourcing a facility, a comprehensive facility for a big plan such as Agenda 2063. And so the question that we're brooding out with ourselves within the agency is how do we capitalize and how do you bring all these things into practicality? How do you start it? How do you sustain it? Next slide. So we have the view for a fund like this that about 90% of the sourcing should be domestic resource mobilization. We can't run away from that. We've all known the challenges of ODAs, the global financial architecture. The only way for us to finance our own development is through the domestic resources. And so when we are looking at that, the question is how do you capitalize using all these sources and recommendations that we have alluded to. Next slide. Next slide. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the excellencies and a lot of the audience here know about AUD and NEPAD, what we do, the differentiation between the AUC and the AUD and NEPAD. So I want to pause here, Chair, in the interest of time, and then we look at some of the regional infrastructure project, the details of it, which my colleague Snowden would talk to in a couple of 5 minutes, and then we can open it up for discussion. I want to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gideon, and Your Excellency, the Chairperson, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I will not spend much time, but I would rather provide practical examples on the progress that the Program for Infrastructure Development for Africa, PIDA, attained in the last 10 years. We're now going into the second phase of PIDA, which is now coined as PIDA PAP 2. Nevertheless, where you have successes, you normally also have challenges. So PIDA has got its successes. Nevertheless, there have also been challenges that we faced along the way in implementing a PIDA program. So in my talking, I am not going to use the PowerPoint, but I was taking note from the presentations that have been made since the day that this event was opening. And some of the issues which were coming, I would also try and present them and also highlight as to how PIDA is addressing some of those issues as some of the probable solutions. So in terms of progress, there is a progress report which is available online, and this is termed as the PIDA 10-year implementation progress report. This report can be downloaded and the details of the progress can be accessed. However, let me highlight, since we are here in Zimbabwe, I would also try to highlight some of the key successes in the southern part of the continent with regards to the PIDA progress. One of the issues which was raised yesterday, and I think even today, and which every literature that you read and will never get tired about talking about it, is the lack of bankable projects. Lack of bankable projects in each and every document that you read when it comes to infrastructure development, lack of bankable project has been coined to be one of the detrimental factors to infrastructure development in the continent. However, under PIDA 1, there were projects, and I'll just highlight one of the corridors in the continent. This is the North-South corridor. This is the corridor that starts from Durban. It goes through Botswana, and it spans either through Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, it gets into Zambia, and Zambia, it goes into DRC. The same corridor sometimes also changes its name, but it starts all the way from Dar es Salaam into Zambia, Zambia into DRC. And in some other cases, it spans away from Harare and goes through Mozambique. Mozambique, it goes into Malawi, and Malawi connects up north also to Tanzania. This is one of the corridors also which was under the PIDA program. And under this particular PIDA program, phase 1, there were links which were identified. These were links on the rail side, a road sector, as well as the energy part of it. And this is where I want to demonstrate about why we need project development facilities that are well-resourced and well-financed, which AUD and NEPAD is currently undertaking in collaboration with the Afreximbank in order to establish a project preparation facility that should actually also eliminate the challenges that we're facing with when it comes up to project preparation. Nevertheless, AFDB has done a tremendous work when it comes up to also infrastructure project preparation. So under this particular corridor, 5 roads were prepared with the financing from the African Development Bank, and the tune of the financing was $7.4 million US. 2 sections are in Botswana. 1 section is in Malawi, and there are other sections in Zambia, and then there's also another section in Zimbabwe, the Gwanda Bay Bridge Road. Ladies and gentlemen, from the 7.4 million that was spent on preparing and packaging these projects to bankability, you would be shocked that these projects have amassed investments to the tune of $2.1 billion US for construction. And some of the projects are currently undergoing construction. And this is one of the major achievements of the PIDA program. Apart from the roads, which I've just highlighted in here, there's also another energy line, which was normally called the Tanzania-Kenya-Zambia Power Interconnector, and it was coined by this name KZT, or taking the names of those countries. This was also a project which was also on the north-south corridor, but on the energy side of it. With proper collaboration between the countries, funding has also been established, funding has been sourced, and some of the sections on this particular transmission line are under construction and some are also undergoing construction. There's been about 10,000 kilometers of roads that have also been constructed under PIDA. So there's been quite a number of progress that has also been attained under PIDA project. But as I did say earlier on that all the details on the progress that have been attained so far are contained in the report, which is available online. Chair, allow me just to mention now some of the key challenges that we faced in the implementation of the PIDA project. And one of the key issues or the challenges which maybe this particular gathering should take forth and maybe identify as to how do we move forward in terms of the solutions is that most of the projects that are under PIDA are not found in the national development plans. And one would ask, but what is the challenge if you have a program in a PIDA and then the program does not reflect itself in the national development plans? Here is the challenge. One of the mandates of AUD and NEPAD is also to mobilize resources to implement some of these programs for the countries. So when you have a project that is under PIDA and you take it to some of the partners always ask you to say, but you have a project, you're just saying it's a priority, but this priority is not reflected in the National Development Plan. That on its own also brings in a bit of challenges. And as we all know, most of the infrastructure development in the continent still remains under the funding of the governments. And we all know that the fiscal space for the governments is limited and has got so many competing factors for the same meager resources that we have. In this particular regard, it means though we've been talking about the PPPs, engaging the private sector, the practical aspects of engaging the private sector in infrastructure space still remains a challenge. And we need to find practical solutions on how we can engage the private sector to be involved in the infrastructure development. I know of the tremendous work that has been done by UNECA in terms of the model laws that have been developed to make sure that the private sector are encouraged to be involved in the private sector. We need definitely to popularize these particular laws and make sure that we are using and we are actually capitalizing the domestic resources that the continent has. And the other challenge that also PIDA project faced was the challenges related to infrastructure, transboundary infrastructure projects. We normally face challenges when it comes out to a project that spans so many countries. There are so many reasons that sometimes you end up having some challenges. And the practical case of these particular challenges is what the honorable member, the Secretary General from UNECA talked about in terms of the web bridges, the multiplicity of web bridges across the continent. Why are we having multiple web bridges across the continent? These are some of the challenges that the continent faces when it comes up to issues of trust. Do we trust a certificate issued by one web bridge at one locality that it can be transmitted to other localities and it should be accepted? In this particular case, under PIDA PAP 2, there is also a program which is also being driven by the SADC as Secretariat, which is also part of the tripartite program, which is looking at having a roadmap or a master plan of the web bridges in the tripartite region, but also this is going to extend to the other parts of the continent so that the multiplicity of web bridges can be reduced and to avoid delays of transit goods along the corridors. Allow me also just to conclude by saying that as much as we made progress in the infrastructure development, but also looking at what I've just mentioned, here you have noted that I've only mentioned about roads, I've mentioned about energy, I've mentioned slightly, I think in the presentation which I made earlier on the ICT part of it. However, we must not lose sight and have a blind spot looking at the fact that now we are also trying to go into green energy. Road transport is one of the biggest polluters. However, our continent is not endowed when it comes to the rail network. So the rail network combined with energy should be also another way that must be going into in terms of enhancing transport connectivity and making sure that we've got clean energy. Finally, we do not talk much when we talk infrastructure, we do not talk much about sanitation. I think we should also now start talking about water, and also we should not have a blind spot on sanitation. I thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the presentation, quite enlightening. I don't know whether you could help us with our DRC colleagues, the INGA. Is there anything you can talk about? What's happening, etc.? Sorry, there was an inquiry, but I just thought given the issues raised on INGA, I think we need, and the potential, which I don't want to talk about any more potential. I want practical things. So what is happening over these years? Where are we? Can you enlighten us? Thanks. As we close at 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will try and attempt with regards to INGA. INGA is one of the flagship programs when it comes up to powering Africa. And INGA is one of the programs that if it was to materialize, it would light up Africa. However, INGA was also, I would say INGA was also one of the flagship programs under PDAPAP 1, but there wasn't much progress with regards to having an agreement on how INGA program should also move forward in terms of the actual feasibility studies, the construction, and then actualizing INGA program. One of the challenges that we face with INGA program, I think, is on a multiplicity of interests from several stakeholders. And that has also created some kind of chaos when it came up to INGA program. However, Your Honor, Chair, as Africans, I think we should take INGA project as one of the key priorities, and we should have a clear action plans and clear roadmap on how INGA program or INGA project can be effected and make sure that it indeed powers Africa. The Southern African Power Pool has been working also on making sure that once INGA is up and running, the transmission lines also connecting all the way to Central Africa as well to Southern Africa are in place. So INGA, I think, is a low-hanging fruit, which just needs the political will, which also needs proper coordination for the continental stakeholders to make sure that INGA is a reality and it can power Africa. Thank you.
Okay. You said something, but I haven't really seen where we are going. Is it political willpower lacking? Are the feasibility studies done? Really, I don't know. Maybe it's too sensitive. Okay. All right. Okay, maybe I'll be interested to talk to my colleagues from DRC and just get a feel for myself for what is happening, if it's okay with you guys. Okay, we can do that later.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole.
Chair, thank you for giving me the floor.
Je pense à notre niveau, ce qui devrait être
To my mind,
communiqué par rapport à INGA.
what we should be saying about Inga has already been said. You yourself have mentioned the fact that there are many factors at play. I think Madam Minister, Minister of State, Minister of Plan is coming in on Monday. I would prefer that we have private discussions with her so that we can go into greater depth on this Inga matter with her. As for us, the experts, we think all the technical information we have given here is adequate for the moment. Thank you.
Good. I'm told the report is ready with some announcement we've made on accessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, honorable delegates. I've been advised that the report is now ready. It's been uploaded to our conference app as well as Indico. You've just been provided with the QR codes, so you can actually download the reports and view them. The other issue is that the evaluation forms for this conference for these 3 days are also now available for you. Can you hear me now? All right, sorry about that. So I'll start again. So the report of the 3 days of proceedings is now ready. It has been uploaded to the conference app, COM 2024 app, as well as to Indico. The QR code has just been shared with all of you. You can also see it on the screen. So please download that QR code and you can view the report. The other issue is that the evaluation forms for these 3 days of proceedings, the expert segment is also has also been uploaded. Please, we request all member states to spare a few minutes to complete the evaluation form. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Okay. Can we give people 2 minutes to connect and then, wow, 5 past. I don't know if colleagues, you've managed to upload the document using the QR code here. If you could do that, who's present? Colleagues from NEPAD, thank you very much. I hope you're still around. I want a conversation one-on-one, just one for my own understanding. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, there's a proposal that whilst we load the paper, our report, then we can have a quick break for stretch our legs, etc. I don't know if there's still tea or coffee out there, and then we can come back at 6:30. And also people can quickly review the report and let's see if we need more time, so be it. Maybe we can agree will map up the way forward. Okay, so let's take the break and then come back at 6:30.
Good evening, delegates. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me clearly? I understand that the chair's announcement of the break was not audible. Can everyone hear me now? Right. So the chair announced that we take a break for 30 minutes, come back at 6:30 so that delegates have an opportunity to download the app, download the report, and go through it. So we are on break now for half an hour. Come back at 6:30. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, can we call our meeting to order, please? And I hope we've had the opportunity to look at the draft report of our deliberations for the past 3 days. I think maybe we might want to find better ways of preparing these reports as we go forward so that we are much more efficient as we work on these meetings, etc. So now our rapporteur will be presenting the report. If you could come up here, Sheila Numawamanya. I hope I got it right. Thank you. So the proposal is that our rapporteur goes through the report based on the sessions as per the schedule of our programming of our meetings, and then we then can comment on each section as she goes through the report. She doesn't have to read item by item, but where there are serious challenges with the presentation, coverage, etc., so we can indicate and ask for intervention. So we'll look at part one, you go to section 1 and etc. And then we'll move on as rapidly as we can. I'm quite aware that tomorrow we are starting early. There's an 8:30 side event. So we need to be out of here as quickly as possible, but without, of course, compromising our conversation and the input from the floor. So Rapporteur, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the draft report of the Committee of Experts on its 42nd meeting. We start with page 1. Page 1 to 3 detail the opening of the meeting. We have the introduction, and then part 1, which was the opening. It details the attendance of the meeting, the opening statements that were made, and the election of the Bureau and adoption of the agenda and program of work. If there are any comments on this section.
Any comments, colleagues? Good, let's move on.
We move to part 2. Part 2 is the account of proceedings. Roman 3 was overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa. We had a presentation, a discussion, and recommendations arising out of the discussion. Any comments?
Yes, Rapporteur on line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where it says owing to weak global demand, I think wouldn't it be even more emphatic? We were talking of low commodity prices. I think it's the weak global demand and the low commodity prices. I don't know how you can fit it in there because that's a critical element. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10th line. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Roman 4, which was assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. It's followed the same format. We had a presentation, discussion, and recommendations arising out of the discussion. Any comments on Roman 4?
I would request colleagues to focus especially on the recommendations so that we ensure full coverage of the recommendations or changes to the recommendations so that they reflect the true position in terms of what we recommended, if there are any omissions, etc., etc. Thank you.
We look at Roman 5 now. Roman 5 was presentation on the theme of the 56th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. We had a presentation, a discussion, and recommendations. Chair, under part C, number 27, there are some typos there, but the Secretariat is aware of these and these will be worked on. If there are any other comments on the floor.
Yeah, Rapporteur, I think we talked about the issue of mainstreaming national capital accounting into the national accounts, and then also the rebasing of our, as a consequence of that, the rebasing of our GDPs accordingly. I think we need to capture it somewhere. I don't know where you want to put it, but I think it was a major issue we discussed. Paragraph. Are we together, Rapporteur?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
We go to Roman 6. These are statutory issues. We have the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission for Africa from April 2023 to February 2024. We also had a report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Part C, reports on the work of the subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission for Africa. Here we had a presentation, discussion, and recommendations. Any comments on page 8?
Okay, on page 8, 3, paragraph 30A, I think also again, we discussed the issue of the ACA should now focus on a large transformative, instead of spreading the resources and activities too thinly, to focus on transformative regional projects or something like that. Where do you want us to put that? Can be this first point, Roman numeral, or okay, I will leave it to the rapporteur to under B. Okay, wherever. ACA should, okay, all right. Egypt is online. Can we bring them through? Connect with Egypt?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving Egypt the floor. And we'd like firstly to commend you for your perseverance and the excellent way you have been steering our meeting today. Chair, I have raised my hand on page 6, but maybe for technical issues, I wasn't able to take the floor on that particular point. So if with your indulgence, given the technical difficulties, I will try to say my comments. They are very, very minor, but I will, if you may, I will say them in one shot so we can move forward quickly with the meeting. So on page 6, paragraph B, Roman numeral 5, it says ACA to review the convergence criteria. We would like maybe to have a clarification about this convergence criteria. My second comment is on page 11, paragraph 40, A, Roman numeral I1. It says budget allocation of at least 1%. We believe that this number is maybe a matter of national sovereignty, so we believe that we shouldn't put at least a number, but maybe encourage countries to have budget allocation in that in that end. My third comment is on page 13, paragraph 46, B, Roman numeral 3. It says ACA to support the African Union Commission in establishing an African Credit rating system. We believe that there were already policy organs decisions at the African Union decision in relation to this credit rating system, and we have a formulation instead of what is written is to support the African Union Commission effort to enhance the capacity of member states in the area of credit rating. And going back as well to some of the African Union decision, we believe that it should be the support to the APRM, not the AUC, to develop an African credit rating system. This is one of the outcomes of the STC that was held in Nairobi in July 2020. So these, Mr. Chair, are our very minor comments on the document, and we will submit as well written submission to the Commission in that end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. Much appreciated. If we could have the written comments as soon as possible so that we move on with the documentation, but much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, if you can go back to our processes now. Rapporteur, guide us. Where were we?
Chair, we are on page 9. At the proposed program plan and budget for 2025. We had a presentation, a discussion, and some recommendations. Any comments?
Sorry, paragraph page 10, paragraph 35A, Roman numeral 3, ensure the timely settlement of financial contribution support. I thought we also agreed that members should be notified of the areas, blah, 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 blah. I think we discussed that at great length. And also the issue of, I don't know if you want to put it in here, that members who are in areas in terms of attendance, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if we want to include that. What's the pleasure of but we discussed that. I don't know if members are comfortable for us to include that. It's up to the floor. All right. Algeria and followed by Benin. Thank you, colleagues.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme c'est la première fois que cette délégation
First time that this delegation takes the floor, we would like to congratulate you for the excellent way you are steering our deliberations. Chair, my comment has to do with page 9. Is on page 9, recommendations, recommendation number 3. I'm going to read it in English.
Of central banks to enable them to implement monetary policy effectively. Quand on lit
read, but we have the impression that it's as if there are certain central banks which are not independent, and that we request the member states to respect their independence. I find that that paragraph is irrelevant and should be reworded in a different way, or just deleted, pure and simple. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think we might change the wording. I recall we discussed the issue. I think it came from, I can't remember, one of the participants from whether, I think it was Burundi, who mentioned the issue of consistency between monetary policy and fiscal policy. I think that point can come here. I thought that the context would capture that. I don't know, Burundi, if you recall the conversation, please, before we go to Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. De mon côté, c'était pas par rapport à l'indépendance centrale.
the central bank about the coordination of policies, monetary and budgetary policies, in the area of financing. It wasn't about independence that I talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we, Rapporteur, can we item Roman numeral 3, let's ensure it's not about independence. We're talking about the systematic coordination of the two monetary and fiscal policies to ensure macroeconomic stability, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how you want to put it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Benin, please.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Concernant le Bénin,
Concerning Benin,
je crois que le
I
débat
think
qu'on a
that
eu
the
sur les
discussion which we
différents
held in
programmes,
the different
on n'a
programs,
pas mentionné, c'est vrai qu'on
we
a
haven't
mentionné
mentioned,
les
we
programmes,
talked
on
about
a bien
programs, but
mentionné
we didn't
les
mention
débats qui portaient
the
sur
discussion
l'élément de
on
motivation
different
des
elements of
investisseurs
motivation
dans
of
les
these
programmes.
resources
Ça, c'est
under
le premier
programs.
point.
That's the first
Et
item. Second,
concernant la recherche,
concerning
je crois
research,
qu'il y
I
avait
think that
une
there was a
recommandation
recommendation on
qui dit
research
que
which
les
says that
États
the
doivent
states
mettre
must
associer
avail
1%
at least
de leur
1% of their budget.
Je crois que
I
les
think
différentes
that the
questions
1%
autour de
motivates
quoi fixer ces 1%. Je préfère que
is a
nous
motivation.
dans le sens que
We recommended
on
that
améliore
we
les
improve
ressources à l'endroit
the resources
de la recherche
towards
au lieu de fixer le
research
1%.
by that 1%
Maintenant, si vous
contribution.
permettez,
But if you allow, Chair,
dans la première
under
partie,
the first part,
il y a une
there was
recommandation
a
qui
recommendation
abordait
on
d'accélérer la mise en place
fast tracking the
fonds
establishment of
So-
funds.
Sorry, could you indicate the paragraph so that we are together?
OK.
Or even the pages and the paragraph. Thanks.
D'accord.
Good. I think
La page 6.
page 6 in French, on the French version, page 6 in the French document,
La page 6 en français
page
qui
6
dit,
in French, which says
recommandation qui dit accélérer la
recommended
création
fast
de
tracking the
ressources
organization of
financières
financial institutions
dans le traité
in the Abuja Treaty.
En fait,
In
ce
fact,
que nous notons
what we
dans cette
note for this
recommandation,
recommendation
dans ce processus
in this process of
comment
accelerating,
cela?
how do we appreciate that? How do we go about it? I don't know how. Probably we need to reward, to speak a bit vague, that statement, Chair. I thank you.
Rapporteur, Benin is talking, I think, about paragraph C22, Roman numeral 3. You got it? Did you get the gist of the comment? Benin, could you please request a repeat of your comments so that the rapporteur can capture? Thank you.
Ça passe.
Josette, donc, sur les recommandations liées à la présentation
Related to
du
the
thème
presentation of
de la
the
session.
theme of the
Et
session,
donc, on est à la page
we are on
6.
page
Et
6,
il y a une recommandation
and there's a
qui
recommendation which talks
dit
about
précisément,
specifically
à la page
that
6,
that's on page 6,
d'accélérer
accelerate the operationalization of African financial institutions
d'Abuja,
stipulated in the Abuja Treaty, such as the African Monetary Fund, the African Central Bank, and the African Investment Bank, to overcome currency barriers. I said that, so what does this mean precisely? It's a bit vague as far as I'm concerned. You know, that's why I'm saying that we need to have it rewarded. On the issue of research, I said earlier that on research, there was a recommendation whereby there should be a 1%, which the states have to put aside on the activities of subsidiary organs, and the members of ECA should do at least put aside 1% for research and development. So what is behind the 1%? We need to ensure that there's an increase of resources towards that so that the states can be able to have it set aside. The last point I said on the During the debate, we talked about the different programs of restructuring, different programs. We talked about structuring of different programs. But the elements behind the justification discussed that we need to make that more clear. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we go based on the English version, the paragraph C22, Roman numeral 3, the delegation from Benin, they're saying that whole sentence is not clear, vague, etc. So they're saying either we can delete it or explain really what was captured. Okay. And then the other issue which came out was the 1%. I think also Egypt raised this issue saying this is a sovereign issue, etc., etc. Should we be recommending specific numbers, or we can just broadly give the thrust of the recommendation? Okay. Yeah. And then on the restructuring of the programs, again, the issues relating to the restructuring of the various programs under ECA. I think that is being raised by Benin. You got it? Okay. Good. Guide me, where were we?
Chair, we are on page 10.
Page 10.
Part C. We're continuing the reports on the work.
Sorry, I'm told there's Egypt online and with Cameroon. Egypt, are they ready? Egypt, please come on board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our comments were sent to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can we have Cameroon, please? For your comment, sorry, if we could be specific with the paragraphs, etc., so that we can zero in on the changes. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk about the recommendation of page 6 on operationalization of financial institutions, to bring out the fact that there's something relevant. We need to lay emphasis on detailing more these things. The member states have a lot to do. We have the protocol and the statutes of these institutions have already been adopted, and there is need to update them. We think that what needs to be done is the signing and the ratification of legal instruments from those institutions by the states. So when we look at the recommendations in a generic manner on accelerating the operationalization, we think that this is fine and correct the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's the issue of ratification and of these various treaties and arrangements. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Chair. We are on page 10, Part C. Continuing with reports on the work of the subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission for Africa. This is page 10 and 11. Presentation, discussion, and recommendations. Any comments? Part C and D.
Rapporteur, you have captured on the first one, the 1%, blah, blah, blah. We've done that. Okay. any contributions? Good. Algeria come through?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 11, Roman 5, formulate and implement credible strategies. Instead of credible, it might be more useful to put efficient than credible, because it's obvious that we will be adopting or trying to search for credible strategies. So we don't have to mention it here. So instead, we have to put efficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well noted. Rapporteur, let's move.
We are now on page 12, part E.
Sorry, there's DRC.
Merci. Thank you. I'd like to raise the matter that an African friend said around the 1% that we must accord to the budget in each state for scientific research. This is a recommendation of UNESCO, which recommends that each state should allocate this amount, the budget of 1%. And it was agreed by a recommendation of UNESCO. It's not say we are not saying that the 1%, is different, but this is a recommendation from UNESCO, which wishes that each state allocates a budget of 1% to scientific research for scientific research everywhere in the world. So that is the clarification I wanted to make, because an African colleague said, oh, I don't see the opportunity and the relevance. No, I'm telling him that this was a recommendation, and I'm making it clear. It was a recommendation from UNESCO, which says that each state everywhere in the world must put aside 1% from its budget, which goes towards scientific research. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, I think the issue was it came also from Egypt in terms of the sovereignty of these 1%. But if you want to include that, judicially allocate resources, blah, 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 it's the recommendation of the UNESCO or something like that, in line with the UNESCO's recommendation. Just like, I don't know how you had captured before, remember there are recommendations on education, the 10%, agriculture, etc. I think if we can word it in that format. Okay? Okay. Thank you, DRC. Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a comment regarding paragraph number 40, Roman 2, regarding enhancing national capacities to boost the efficiency of public expenditure. We said that by reducing leakages, I would rather we formulate it by enhancing the targeting. I think reducing leakages, I don't know how you want to put it, but I would rather say we want to better target our public expenditures.
Our DS wants to comment. Thank you.
Honorable Delegate, yes, targeting is one important dimension of improving efficiency, but leakages are equally a major issue. Sometimes we have significant comparative advantages in many of our resources that do not require any incentives, 30-year tax holidays, all sorts of things. Those are, and yet many countries do that as part of our effort to try and attract investment. So I think the leakages are one important dimension of the effort to improve revenues collection and retention in our respective jurisdictions. So with your permission, I hope Senegal with this, you will be comfortable with us adding, of course, targeting, but also detaining leakages. It's a major, major issue. Thank you.
I was going to propose that we make an addition, because I remember this was coming from our Rwanda colleague. When she talked about these issues, she talked of prioritization of budget expenditures, if I recall very well. So we might include that aspect in terms of prioritization of expenditure. Okay? Would that be okay for Senegal? Okay.
Interferences between headsets and microphones. Please keep your headsets away from your microphones.
Okay. So we can do that. We were on page, were we on 11 or 10? 12. Okay. Thank you. Let's proceed, please. Okay, we have the Central Bank of Egypt online. Can we put them through, please?
Thank you so much, Chair. This is Osama Abdurrahman from the Central Bank of Egypt. And my intervention on page 12, it has to do with B, but Roman 3, which is at the very start of page 13. So yes, I think my colleague already made an intervention, but I just want to clarify something, and we need to be clear with Roman 3. It says that the ECA should support the African Union Commission in establishing an African credit rating system. And I think this statement, it has to be revisited, because already the issue of establishing an African credit rating system or agency, it was already taken into consideration by the ministers during the specialized technical committee, which was held last July in Nairobi. And the decision by the ministers was that the African peer review mechanism, which is affiliate to the African Union Commission, will do the establishment, and it will be through the private sector, and it will be through self-funding. And actually, there was another directive for the ECA by the ministers. And I can read the directive, Chair, if you allow me. This was the directive by the ministers in Nairobi. They requested the EPRM, the ECA, and the African Union Commission to collaborate with technical institutions on data dissemination and transparency standards in strengthening credit rating in Africa. This was the direction. But here it is said that the ECA will support the AUC in establishing. And my understanding of this is that now ECA will finance the establishment. So I need to be guided. And if you allow me, Chair, there will be a rendition of this statement. I will write through the chat. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. If we could have the draft so that we can quickly reword or the language for Roman numeral 3. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's
now in 1 minute, Chair, I'm writing it on the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bye. Let's move.
Chair, page 13, part F, report on the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action for landlocked developing countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. We also had Part G, Doha Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries, report on progress in implementation of priority areas in Africa. Details the presentation, the discussion, and the recommendations. That is page 13 and 14.
There was a mention of this landlocked versus what was the terminology? Land link. I'm learning new terminologies now. Do we want to include it here, or what's the pleasure of the meeting? Okay, I'm told this is the official language, but we can change official languages, isn't it? Countries can change official languages if they want. Yeah. I'm told that this is the Unga language, and we can only change it. I'm told there's a meeting in Kigali, so maybe we can look out for that. Our delegate from Rwanda, if you could be on the lookout for this meeting in Kigali so that you can change the official language. Okay, thank you. Let's move on.
Chair, page 14, Roman 7, the date, venue, and theme of the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. We had a presentation and recommendations.
Any input? Is that Mali? It's Mali. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Concerning the recommendations, the first part, I find no fault in. My apologies. Regarding point A, I find no fault there, but with point B, I do. The way it is worded seems somewhat irritating because it seems it is not imposed on the Commission. So I would like us to rephrase it this way, that the Commission ought to address during the next sessions the issues of digitalization, technology, and food security and energy transition. The fact that we say it should be ensured, I'm wondering who should ensure that? It ought to be an imperative. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a good point because we were saying we are going for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as proposing transfer, etc. And I thought we were saying the rest of the two other themes will be captured within that broader theme we have adopted. I think that's what we agreed. So can we, Rapporteur, we are together? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mali. Are you okay with the with my comments?
J'ai bien entendu le commentaire.
I heard it, but I guess we'll have to take it as it is. But I would like it to be made more specific. But we can keep it that way, hoping that the team would not be replaced or amended, the sub-teams, that is.
Anna, come in, please.
Yeah, the agreement from the discussion is that the focus would be on advancing the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, taking into account the elements of food and security energies in terms of what are the regional solutions under the agreement that can resolve these challenges. That was the agreement, and we said that this will be captured in the revised, in the concept note that will be developed for this. So that was the essence of the discussion that we had summarized.
So, Rapporteur, can you capture the essence of the conversation? DRC?
Headsets away from open microphones, please. Many interferences.
I'm on page 15. Roman number 3. So this is page 14. This, oh, my apologies. Roman 4, page 14. Assess the implementation of the Doha program regarding support its member states in aligning national development states. So I would suggest we talk about assessing the implementation of the Doha program of action as initiated by Muslim countries, because if we are talking about an assessment, we are doing so in order to provide an opinion on the program. But if the states have already developed their national development programs, I think the aim here would be to proceed with an evaluation or an assessment.
Sorry, dear colleague, could you repeat? We were not catching the.
Nous sommes à la version française, à la page 15.
On the French version, page 15, there are recommendations on, I don't know, but on my own document, it's page 15, in the French document.
Which is 14 for English.
Which should be page 14 in.
Roman 4, eh?
C'est la page 15 chez moi. C'est la version française.
So it's page 15 for me. So it's under point 49. Point A, they are members of ECA. Then B, you have under A for Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, where we mentioned conducting country-driven reviews on the implementation of the Doha Program of Action in French. So I suggest we say conduct assessments rather than reviews.
Okay, I get you. Thank you. Okay. Let's conclude. Rapporteur.
Chair, we're at the end of the report. Roman 8 is on other matters. Roman 9, consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee of Experts and consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. Roman 10, closing of the 42nd meeting of the Committee of Experts.
Colleagues, let me thank our rapporteur and your contributions to our deliberations as presented in our report. And thank you so much for Mali. Do you still want to? Mali?
Non, non. Je voulais dire hier,
No, I just wanted to mention that yesterday it seemed I heard during the discussions that we mentioned regulatory matters, especially regarding AI. So today it's imperative for Africa to endow itself with a regulation in this matter, on this matter. I think the representative of the Secretary General had mentioned something in that regard, but I have not seen any recommendation, unless I'm mistaken, in that regard.
Thank you. Good point. Good observation. So Rapporteur, let's go through the resolutions one by one and solicit for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're now going to look at the draft resolutions, consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. There are 4 of them. We'll go one by one. Let's start with the draft resolution on the 2025 program plan and budget.
No comments? Let's move on.
Draft resolution on the reorganization of the work of the Economic Commission for Africa.
Any takers? Okay, let's move on.
Draft resolution on strengthening tax cooperation for enhanced domestic resource mobilization.
Comments? Good, let's move on. We're doing very well.
Draft resolution on optimizing African tax regimes concerning information and communications technology for economic growth and job creation.
Comments? I know it's the dying minutes of the meeting of experts and it's becoming late, so let's move on. Let's soldier on, Rapporteur.
That marks the end of the resolutions, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's so I'm guided that the report and the recommendations and the resolutions will be taken forward to the ministerial segment of our meetings, which start on Monday. Okay? Thank you. Okay. I think we have bureaucracies as well in these meetings, the issue of following structured formats for what we need to do. So I have to get used to those. So we are going to have Hanan make some remarks. Then I've been asked to close the meeting, but I'll be very brief. Thank you. Hanan, thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Vumba, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, and our brilliant chair for the Bureau of the Committee of Experts. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we conclude this meeting of the Committee of Experts of the 56th session of the African Conference of Ministers, we had very vibrant and dynamic 3 days of discussion, and I can confirm that really this session has been a success. It has gone beyond just exchanging ideas into developing actionable proposals. And we do hope that this provides a strong ground and informative material for the ministers, along with pivotal proposals on prioritizing global, regional, and national agendas. Throughout these deliberations, we have seen several perspectives emerging and showing really the diversities of voices and views that enrich our continent. Together, we have also explored a spectrum of instruments and mechanisms aiming at financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa. We have really looked into dissecting imperatives, weighing opportunities, and crafting policy options that resonate with our collective aspirations for meeting the two agendas, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I would like to just briefly review some of the main points of our deliberation, and I will try to be really as brief as possible. We've already talked about how the global growth is anticipated to decelerate while Africa's growth is expected to increase this year and next one. And we've already talked about this rising debt burden on the continent and rising vulnerabilities. We have talked also about how climate change have been exacerbating the situation and shrinking fiscal space, and how it leads to a vicious circle with lack of these investments leading to actually more cost of adjusting to climate, leading to higher financing. And we have also talked about opportunities and immense opportunities to take advantage of global shifts, including the transition towards renewable and the growing use of critical minerals in green industries. As we reflect on the profound challenges facing Africa today, I think we have really our resounding message from this meeting has been that time for action is now. And we need to take concrete steps toward a paradigm shift in our development strategies to be more forward-looking. This means directing our efforts to more targeted interventions to advance our continent's social and economic development. In summary, this will hinge on 3 elements. First, addressing the issue of finance and investment. And here we need to attract more affordable and concessional finance to the continent through the reform of the global financial architecture. That will include, of course, the issues we talked about in terms of de-risking projects and attracting private sector investment. In our effort to attract these investments and create much needed fiscal space, we need to reduce the debt burden on African countries to enable them to actually allocate more resources to critical sectors ranging from healthcare, education, as well as climate action. It's imperative here to amplify the African voice and representation and utilize the opportunity with the African Union G20 seat to really move from being rule takers to rule makers and engage in that process to advance that agenda. And another very important element is the need to bolster international cooperation on taxation to curb illicit financial flows. And I cannot overstate the necessity of reforming the global debt resolution mechanism to have one that works better, to including standstill upon application, extending to middle income countries, and establishing a functioning comparability of treatment formula. Second, at a regional level, we must transform potential and ideas into tangible actions through concrete projects that leverage on our advantages. We must shift also to our efforts to foster more of the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. And we need to continue to foster the creation of regional value chains in critical sectors like minerals and electrical vehicles, food energy systems, and technology. This really will be key, and also to leverage emerging in regional initiatives like the Great Blue Wall in order to have coordinated and large-scale response to environmental challenges while generating benefits for local communities. Our discussions at the regional level also highlighted the need for innovative financing instruments, and ECA remains committed to supporting countries in this regard. We will work on supporting countries to also develop regional carbon markets, strengthen carbon market integrity, and enhance and increase the carbon price to a fair one. We will also, last but not least, we need to also work on at the national level to ensure that we have the required enabling environment and adequate policy and regulatory frameworks. Policymakers hold the key here to creating that environment, which also will include optimizing both public revenue and spending, streamlining regulatory obstacles, and enhancing policy and regulatory certainty. As we strive to attract investments and create much needed fiscal space, it's really crucial to prioritize curbing illicit financial flows, as we have been talking about this. And this also will require to avail more fiscal space. Part of what is needed and part of what we have discussed is the need for more expenditure efficiency. We need to make sure that we are getting the highest return for each dollar or each amount that we are spending. Moreover, we need to deepen domestic resource mobilization through doubling efforts to broaden our tax base, ensuring more progressive tax system, and increasing utilization of digitalization and e-tax filing. And considering the efficiency of the tax exemptions that we currently have. It's really about assessing what is the optimal taxation and where we do have leakages or inefficiencies. Finally, it's crucial that our efforts trickle down to all levels to foster ownership. And we need to leverage our most important asset, as we have discussed, which is human capital, to really harness this huge potential of our youth and the fact that the continent is the youngest region and only getting younger. This will involve empowering and equipping our youth with crucial skills and education to shape our shared future, and the need to also focus on issues of innovation. With that said, we are counting on you, honorable delegates, to brief your ministers so that they can discuss and advance our agendas in the next ministerial segment. Before I conclude, I would like to encourage all participants to visit exhibitions outside, including EPA knowledge exhibition. You can engage with our dedicated individuals who serve our member states, discussing success stories, challenges, and areas for partnerships. Finally, last but not least, I would like to reiterate my deep gratitude and thanks to the government of Zimbabwe for graciously hosting us, and to all the esteemed delegates for their active participation in this crucial discussion. It has been really wonderful to enjoy all these very insightful and engaging discussions and enjoy wonderful hospitality by our hosts. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us persist in our collective efforts to achieve tangible actions with what we have and continue to advocate for more in pursuit of development in our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Good evening, colleagues. I've been asked to close our meeting, but you know, I don't like bureaucracy, but I'll do as requested. So I'll be very, very brief. I think for me as chair, I want to thank you so much, all the delegates, for your support in the conduct of these meetings. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I hope you enjoyed yourself for the past 3 days, where we're tackling challenges or issues for our continent. And I'm hoping that we can also move towards action-oriented approaches to what we do, and focusing on delivery, the measurement of what we are trying to do. How do we measure success, etc.? We've discussed those. We need to think beyond this conference. What are we delivering for our people, for those who look after us, to provide the services, education, health, etc., etc. So I'm delighted that we managed to go through this process, and I think we've got a common understanding on the recommendations, and I'm delighted we've managed to converge very quickly. So for me, let me thank from the bottom of my heart the team from Zimbabwe and UNECA who assisted, worked diligently to put this whole campus together, the logistics, etc., etc. I'm very thankful and grateful even for the guidance from the UNECA team. You gave us so much guidance. We started late in December, but thank you so much. I'd like to. And then also let me thank those behind the scenes, the service providers. We had mammoth task of engaging them, going through tenders in short notice, etc. Thank you so much, interpreters, ICT, everything. Thank you so much for a job well done. If I forget someone, sorry. It's just that I am rushing through so that we go for dinner. So I'm looking forward to the next steps, the next approaches we are going to develop. and to the next meetings, etc. But I would like us to also look at the way we can transform the way we do business so that we are more efficient and time conscious, especially on this report. I think let's find ways of making sure that we assist the rapporteurs, etc., so that we don't have long breaks before we get the report. So let's try and work together on that so that we are looking at that issue. But otherwise, thank you so much, the delegates, for coming. I know you faced some challenges getting to Harare because of the issues of connectivity affecting Africa. I apologize for those who spent 2 nights trying to get to here, but I can assure you, you can compensate that through visiting the Victoria Falls. I'm sure you can do that. And I would like to urge you all to make sure that over this weekend, you get to see the wildlife, you get to see the Victoria Falls and the whole tourism facilities we have in this beautiful town of Victoria Falls. I hope you'll be adventurous and get to see our majestic Victoria Falls and what it brings. So with those words, let me just say, I wish you all the best as we proceed with the ministers' conference Monday and Tuesday. And also there are some activities and presentations over the weekend I hope we can attend. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, colleagues. I've been asked to say that the conference services received inquiries from many delegates about post-business, after-business activities, leisure activities. There is an information kiosk outside. They have a whole range of activities lined up for you. So please feel free to go in there, see what they have on offer, and you are absolutely free to book whatever activities you would like to engage in. They will organize it for you. They'll organize transportation. Some of it may be at some cost, but they are there. The facility exists just as a response to some of the questions that you've pushed up to our conference service colleagues. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Colleagues, one more announcement, please. Colleagues, bear with us. One more announcement. I've just been reminded that the government of Zimbabwe has very generously offered each of you in the room a souvenir. And as you walk out, please collect your souvenir out at the doors. So there's a kiosk out there, and the government of Zimbabwe has very generously offered each of you a souvenir for your presence here tonight over the past 3 days. So thank you very much.